Shall we play a game?
How about global thermonuclear war?
Hey there, Hacker Frogs. It's me, the Shy Hat, and we're doing HackerFrogs AfterSchool today. We're doing HackerFrogs free hacking. We're hacking all the things. So let's talk a little bit about what we're going to be doing on today's stream. Today is Friday, March 20th over here, and we're going to be doing 5 different topics today. And Cypher, hello, Happy New Year to you as well. And thank you very much for coming by to chat early in the stream, Dark and Cartier. Thank you. All right, so the first topic we're going to be doing for our warm-up is we're going to be doing a little bit of programming. We're going to be doing some Advent of Code. Advent of Code is a Christmas event, but of course you can do it year-round. We're going to be doing day 5 of Advent of Code 2015 to sharpen up our Python coding skills. So coding is something that you need to continuously practice at so that you don't get rusty, and we're going to be doing that in the first hour of today's stream. In the second hour, we're going to be, it says TryHackMe data encoding. We're not going to be doing data encoding. Instead, what we're going to be doing is we're going to be doing some exercises with modular arithmetic over at Cryptohack. So Cryptohack teaches you how to do cryptography, and cryptography involves a lot of math. So we're going to be teaching ourselves how to do some math. It's not exactly a demo, but you're going to watch me struggle with this modular arithmetic, and that's going to be the second hour of today's stream. So in the third hour, we're going to be doing Python basics with the HackerFrogs AfterSchool program, and we've come up on session number 5. Session number 5, we're talking about loops. So we're going to be talking about how to create loops instead of Python. So if you're completely new to the Python programming language, well, that's going to be the section for you if you want to learn about some Python programming. And that's the third hour. In the fourth hour, we're going to be doing, well, we're actually switching up from Hacker101 CTF. I learned recently that Hacker101 CTF leads to people getting invited to bug bounty programs. So that's probably something they don't want people providing public walkthroughs for. So we're not going to be doing that stuff. Instead, we're going to be doing a room from TryHackMe over here. And Code and Navy, hello, nice to see you here. Love your vids, thank you very much. Yeah, so we're going to be doing some web app challenges from TryHackMe instead, and that's going to be the fourth hour. And in the fifth hour, we're going to be doing a CTF box. So CTF boxes are challenges where you need to spin up a box, a server, and you need to hack against it until you get super user access. So the challenge we're going to be doing today is called Vulnyx Fuser. It can be located over here in the Vulnyx platform if you want to check this out. This kind of challenge requires you to download a virtual machine and deploy it on the same network as a machine that you're going to hack against it with. In this case, we're going to be using Kali Linux. But without further ado, we should probably get into our first topic. We're going to be doing this for about 60 minutes, and then we're going to move on to the next thing. So you can see up at the top of the screen, we're doing Advent of Code, and we're going to be doing some Python coding. And the next topic we're going to be doing is we're going to be doing Cryptohack, modular arithmetic. So let's go ahead and get started. So if you want to do the same challenges we're doing, we're currently doing Advent of Code 2015, day number 5. You can find it over here, and let's talk about what we need to do in this challenge. So in this challenge, Santa needs help figuring out which strings in his text file are naughty or nice. A nice string is one with all the following properties. It contains at least 3 vowels, A, E, I, O, U only, like A, E, I, or this stuff, or this other stuff. It contains at least 1 letter that appears twice in a row, like XX, DD, BB, CC, this kind of thing. And it does not contain the strings, well, these strings over here, even if they are part of one of the other requirements. So what we need to do is we need to filter the strings into nice strings and, well, not nice strings. I've got my work in progress code over here because we were working on this last week. If you want to take a look at the work in progress code, you can find it over here. And what we need to do is, well, we need to set up these filtering functions. So we've got some code we are running over here, And what we're going to be doing is we're going to be writing the code on the right-hand side window, and we're going to be running the code on the left-hand side window over here. So we're going to be using a very simple method of running our code. We're going to be using some Nano text editor. And what do we have over here? So file path input.txt. Oh, we need to create the input.txt file. Okay, let me grab the input. So it says over here at the bottom of the screen, get your puzzle input. So we'll just open this up, and well, there's all these strings that we need to sort. So we're just going to select all and then copy that. And then we're going to put this in another file called input.txt. Nano input.txt, paste this all in, save it out. Okay, and now we've got something for the script to work with. I guess while we work on the script, we can also play some music. So why don't I go ahead and put on some music for everybody. If the music is too loud or if it's too soft, let me know and I'll adjust the volume. And let's play some... How about some XCOM 2 to start us off? Okay, make sure it's not too loud. Let me take a look at the levels. Maybe a little bit softer. Okay. All right, so up at the top of the script, we're going to define what we need to do inside this challenge. For this challenge, we need to sort through strings. The strings must have 3 vowels. So that is A-E-I-O-U, A-E-I-O-U. The strings must have at least one set of double letters. And the strings cannot include the following combos. Okay, now it's good. Thank you very much, Dark. So it cannot include the following combos. The combos are, let me grab the combos over here. Does not contain the strings A, B, C, D, P, Q, or X, Y. Okay. So we'll just paste this in. So these are the 3 criteria, and return the strings that qualify. Wait, do we return the strings, or are we looking for the number of strings? So how many strings are nice? So we need to return the number of strings. Return the number of strings that qualify. Okay, so we got our input.txt. We got our format list. Format list is basically the list of strings that we're going to be taking in. We've got our nice words. We're going to return all of the nice words at the very end of the program. You have a really good voice. I never feel bored. Well, thank you very much, Dark. Thank you. Okay, we got our nice words. We got our list of vowels, and we've got our naughty strings. So naughty strings, we're going to make this equal to the combos we have up here. So let me just copy this, this combination of string snippets. Okay, we need to make them strings by putting them between some quotes, otherwise Python is not going to identify that as a string. Okay, and then so naughty strings are this, vowels are this. Nice words is an integer, and format list is the strings that we're going to be taking in. Okay, so format list, and then we're going to define our functions. So the functions are going to be has double letters. So we're going to run a function to check if we have double letters. And then we're also going to run a function that checks if has enough vowels. So it has enough vowels also takes in a word. Well, we're just going to call it a word. It's actually like some sort of string. And so what do we need to do in this? Check if a string has enough. Check if a string has enough vowels to qualify as quote-unquote nice. Okay, so inside of the function, we're going to keep track of vowels. So we'll call this vowel count, and we'll initialize it at 0. What we need to do is we need to check if the if there are these vowels in the string. So I guess what we need to do is we need to iterate over all of the letters inside of the word. So for I in, we'll call this iterate over all the letters in the string, in the word string. So this is going to be for I in word. So for I in word means every letter, every character in the word. If I is in the vowels list, if I in vowels, because we've got our vowels up here, we're going to check over and see if each one of these letters is in vowels. So if I in vowels, then we're going to vowel count plus equals what? Vowel count plus, so what was I keep on forgetting how Python does iteration. And Brian Omimo, so where do you guys learn things, never get such resources? Where do you guys learn things, never get such resources? Brian Omimo, what do you want to learn? What kind of things do you want to learn? What kind of resources are you looking for? Because I've collected a bunch of resources. So vowel count. Now, how do we increment in Python? I forget over and over again what the symbol is. So the symbol for Python increment operator. So the Python increment operator is ++, does not have a dedicated ++. Using plus equals augmented assignment. Okay, plus equals 1. Okay, so I guess we can just use plus equals 1. Increment is okay as plus equals value. Okay, thank you very much, Denis Sudilla. I'm not too sure how to pronounce your name. Please let me know, thank you. Okay, so vowel count plus equals 1. So that's just going to add 1 to the vowel count. And iterate all the letters in the word string. If it's a vowel, then we'll add 1 to the vowel count. And so after the for loop, if vowel count is equal to or greater than or equal to 3, no, greater than or equal to 3, because that's the criteria, then return true. Okay, so this else return false. I don't know if we need to oh, you know what? We need to put this, yeah, okay, we need to put this in a code block over here. Okay, so for I in word, if vowel count is greater than or equal to 3 at the end of the function, then we need to return true. Otherwise, it doesn't return true. I guess we can check if the word has 3 or more vowels at the end of the function. Okay. The Python for hacking. Oh, we're doing the Python coding part. I mean, we're not necessarily using Python for hacking right now, But we do need to be literate in Python because we see a lot of Python scripts inside of hacking. People use Python scripts to write up exploits, and if we don't know how to, what is the word? If we don't know how to read Python code, then we're kind of we can't really we can't really use the scripts in a responsible way. Okay, so sorry, we need to name this function has enough vowels. Has enough vowels. Okay, has enough vowels word string. We'll just call this a word. Okay, so this is the first criteria, the second criteria, and the third criteria, we're going to call it the function called is naughty or has bad strings. So def has bad letters. Has bad what do we call these? So they're bad pairs. They're pairs. Okay, has bad pairs, and we're gonna put in another word for this, and this is gonna be a function that does what? Check if the word has bad pairs of letters. Okay, so this is going to look very similar to has enough vowels. I guess we need to set up a flag here. Do we need to set up a flag? Yeah, we'll set up a flag. We'll call it is bad equals false. So it starts off false, and if we find the bad pairs, then we will set the is bad flag to true. Okay, so iterate over all the letters. Are we checking over all the letters in the word? Iterate over the word and check it doesn't have the bad pairs. Okay, so we defined the bad pairs up here. Naughty strings. I guess we should call them bad pairs. Bad pairs. So the bad pairs are A, B, C, D, P, Q, and X, Y. And we're just going to check that it doesn't have these things. So if word... So this is going to be for I in bad pairs. So for I in bad pairs, so that's each one of the elements of bad pairs, we're going to check if it's in the word. So for I in bad pairs, if I is in word, then is bad equals true. Is bad equals true, and then we can probably break after that. So break from the for loop, and then... Hello Chris, nice to see you here. Brian Omimo says the Python for hacking. I mean, we've got a... if you're looking for more education resources, we've got a lot of them over here, over at this link. Okay, so iterate over the word, check it doesn't have bad pairs. Return is bad. So return is bad. It starts off false. If it becomes true, then it'll return true. This returns true or false. This one up here also returns true or false. And the other one also returns true or false. So what we need to do is we need to check for has double letters, and then check for has enough vowels, and then check has bad pairs lastly. So the final function we need to run is The final function we're going to run is called how many nice. So how many nice is going to take in a list of words. So the list of words is going to be the format list over here. So the format list is going to be all the strings. And in the end, the isNice how many nice function is going to return the number of nice strings from the list. So list of words. So let's see. This function returns the number of nice strings from the list. So the first thing we do in this function is run for I in list of words. Do something. So for I in list of words, run okay, I guess we can put a flag up in this thing as well. Actually, no. We would have to do it inside the for loop. So inside the for loop, for I in list of words is good equals false. So we're going to set up is good, the flag, to false initially, and then we're going to see if it becomes true after we run the our for loop over here. So for I in list of words is good is equal to false, but we run has double letters. Actually, is good equals to false. Run has double letters on I. If has double letters on I, what do we want to do here? So for I in list of words, how many nice? So nice words is defined up here. We need to add to the nice words through doing our checks. We need to check has double letters, has enough vowels, and we need to check if has bad pairs equals false. I think what we need to do is we need to set up some variables. So how many nice? For I in list of words is good. Ultimately, this has to return the number of nice words. Return nice words. Okay. Denise Sudilla says you should use the for loop and the nested if statements for your three functions. If all of them are true, then you're incrementing the final good words. Actually, we're checking if. Actually, we should check if all of them are good because. But the other thing is that has bad pairs has priority over the other two. So if you take a look at the instructions over here. It does not contain the strings, these things, even if they're a part of one of the other requirements. So if this returns true, then the entire string is false. So I guess what we need to do is we need to do this one first. We run this one first, and then we run the other two. Yeah, I think that's the way we do it. Okay, so for I in list of words, is good is equal to false. And actually, we'll put is good at the outside of the for loop. But then again, we need to do it every time as well, so we need to put it in the for loop. Okay, so is good is set to false. Okay, you know you can do the everything inside of the enumerate loop as well. Maybe? Yeah, we need to do the bad word filter first. And if the bad word filter comes back true, then the entire thing has to be scrapped. And thank you very much for following, Peter B. Thank you very much. Run the priority one and the rest afterwards. No worries, no worries. Not everybody has the same information. So okay, so is good is equal to false. If what do we call this one? Has bad pairs. If has bad pairs on I. Thank you very much for super chatting. $2 in and out 333. How come you don't do bug bounties? How come I don't do bug bounties? I don't do bug bounties on stream because if I find anything in my bug bounties, then then that's going to be a very bad thing because I broadcast the vulnerabilities to the internet. That's one of the reasons why I don't do bug bounties on stream. The other reason I don't do bug bounties in general is because it doesn't really interest me. Because I mean, it is true that you have the potential to get paid a lot of money if you do bug bounties. The problem is you can work for weeks and months and not find a single thing, or you can work for weeks and months. You can find stuff and you can submit them, but they don't get accepted by the bug bounty company. So it's kind of a there are a lot of reasons why I don't do bug bounty stuff. But to people who do want to do bug bounty stuff, I can give some advice. Okay, so has bad pairs. So for I in list of words, if has bad pairs, then... So I guess this is the first check. Check if the string has bad pairs. So if bad pairs returns true, then is good is equal to false, and then we need to continue. Okay, so that's the first check. So the second check is checking if they're double letters. Check if the string has double letters. So if has double letters, then if it comes back true, then is good is set to if has double. I mean, I guess we could do two function calls at once. So if has double letters and has double letters and has enough vowels, both come back true, then we set is good to true, right? But in and out 333. If you have any other questions, let me know. Let me know, because I appreciate you giving the super chat. Okay, so if has double letters and has enough vowels, then is good will be set to true, and then after the for loop, I guess at the end of the for loop we run actually, I guess we don't need to set the flag here. Is good equaled true, and then if is good, then Gar7, whoa, that's a big raid, has raided the channel with 35 viewers. Hey, Gar7 viewers, what makes a string nice? Didev, hello, nice to see you here. We've got a criteria for making strings nice. I've got it over here in the write-up we're doing over here. Fix it, hello, and Gar7, hope you guys had a fun stream. You guys were doing a lot of stuff over at TryHackMe today, and some other stuff. I hope you all had a good time. My name's The Shy Hat. I do cybersecurity stuff over here on Twitch and on YouTube. And if you want to take a look at the schedule we're doing today, although it's a bit modified, it's over here. We're currently doing some programming. We're writing some Python code. So what we need to do in this challenge is we need to sort through a bunch of strings that we get in a file, and we need to sort them into good strings and bad strings, and we need to return the number of good strings. So the strings have to have 3 vowels, the strings have to have 1 set of double letters, the strings cannot include the following combos of letters, A, B, C, D, etc., etc., and at the end we need to return the number of strings that qualify as good, and that's it. That's the challenge. Thank you very much for following on Twitch, Ark Chowstrup. Thank you very much. So we're busy trying to set up our functions to sort through the sort through the strings. Mohammed, hello, nice to see you here, and thank you very much for following Weirdo. Thank you. And I'm not too sure what language that is. Okay, so tell me you want to do regex stuff without telling me you want to do regex stuff. Just a guy, hello, nice to see you here. I guess we are kind of doing regex stuff right now, but I mean we're writing little functions that do the regex. I mean, I suppose we could do this. We could do this with any number of ways, but we just decided that we're doing it with Python because we love using Python. Okay, so has bad pairs. How many nice? List of words. So for I in list of words is good to set to false. Check if the string has bad pairs. So if bad pairs is true, then is good will be set to false, and then continue. I guess what we need to do is we need to put everything inside of everything's inside the for loop here, right? But does Python love you back? Sometimes Python loves me back. The good thing about Python is that you can write something very quickly, which is kind of not the case with other programming languages I've messed around with. If you're dealing with Java or if you're dealing with C, it takes a lot longer to start writing some code and start running it. So this is one of the many reasons why we use Python. So return the nice words. At the end of the for loop over here, if is good is set to true, then we need to do what? Nice words plus equals 1. So we need to add 1 to the good words. Otherwise, we move on to the next thing. I need to check if the for loop over here has enough indentation. Okay, return the number of good strings. Increment the number of nice words. Yeah, that's what we're doing right here. So at the end, so nice words is a global variable, so it's going to be incremented up there. And at the end of the function here, we're just going to return the number of nice words.
Hide the planet! Hide the planet!
Thank you very much. Wow, Slyborg is here. That's awesome. Oh, you know what? I need to give everybody a shout out. So Gar7 just rated us. So I'll shout out Gar7. How do you spell his name again? It's Gar G capital GAR _7. There you go. And if somebody wants to, yes, thank you very much, just a guy. Vi dude, not nano. I'm sorry. I'm using nano. But let's. I think I like green, by the way. Thank you. We'll also shout out Slyborg, because Slyborg also streams. Let's see if I can grab her Twitch link. Just a second. Okay, here we go. I'll drop that link. There you go. B Theo says there's nothing wrong with Nano, but I don't get me started on NeoVim. I feel icky just saying it. Wait, are you a proponent of NeoVim or an opponent of NeoVim, B Theo? I can't remember. Okay, I don't even know if this script is going to work, but we can. I think we've got enough to get it going. So for I in list of words is good. The flag is going to be set to false. Check if the string has bad pairs. If the string has bad pairs, then set is good to false and continue. So I mean, I guess we can cut this out because it's all already set to false. But check if the string has double letters and enough enough vowels. B Theo never learned how to exit Vim. Wow, that's amazing. Show us your NeoVim tattoo. Slyberg says your mom despises NeoVim. Awesome. Okay, I'd prefer not to repeat those words. Thank you very much, Theo. Anyways, so check if the string has enough double letters and enough vowels. If has double letters I and has enough vowels I, then is good is going to be set to true. So this is a flag. Set it to true. If is good is set to true, then nice words is going to be incremented by 1, and it's going to do this for each one of the words in our list of words. So if anybody's the people who want to keep track at home, the list of words is all of these strings over here. Oh, Chuck, yeah. We heard about Chuck Norris. So Chuck Norris, the action movie star, passed away today, unfortunately. Very sad to hear. He had a lot of memes. Share your favorite Chuck Norris meme in chat right now if you like to. Okay, maybe he just thought that the question was so boring he sleeps when he hears it. Which question? Bad guys all over the world are rejoicing. Yeah, maybe. Okay, so I guess at the very end of this, we're going to run how many nice on format list, and we're just going to print that out because that's going to return like a number. I'm pretty sure this isn't going to run cleanly immediately, but okay. So unbound local error cannot access local variable nice words where it is not associated with a value. Okay, so nice words plus equals 1. I think what we need to do on line 57 is we need to do, so nice words is up here. It's a global variable. Nice words equals 0. but for some reason we can't increment it in our function. If is good, nice goods. What's going wrong with this line? Line 57. I always do it colon X. Colon X, is it colon Q? Is it colon Q exclamation point? I can exit Vim just fine, but NeoVim is an abomination, fight me. Wow, that's, those are some fighting words. Okay, the only guy who could save the Earth is dead. Well, rest in peace, Chuck. Rest in peace. Okay, unbound local error cannot access local variable nice words where it is not associated with a value. So nice words equals, it can't access the global variable. Oh, it can't access the global, it can't modify the global variable. So we need to add global to how many nice. So it's like global nice words up here, and then we can do it. Yeah, you need to declare nice words as global. Okay, let's run it again. So now it returns 238. So, I mean, we got a number, so it looks like our script is working. We'll try submitting this and see if it accepts this answer over at the Advent of Code site. How many strings are nice? Submit. That's the right answer. Okay, awesome. We managed to write a successful script. That's great. This is probably not an optimal script, but it gets the job done. So now that we've solved it, we're just going to record our code over on the GitHub, because we like to document everything we do. In cybersecurity, they say that if you didn't document it, it didn't happen. So that's why we take our time to do little write-ups. So where are they over here? They're over here. Okay. So I'll just edit this, and then I'll give everybody the link so you can take a look if you like. Okay, so our code, we're just going to delete everything here already, and then we're going to replace it with what we have. Thank you very much, Dagon. Wow, Dagon TW. I recognize your username. What is up? What is up? Hope you're having a good day. We're just doing some Python coding over here. And thank you very much for the 50 bits. Okay, so we're just going to commit these changes. And to everybody who wants to take a look at the write-up, been good so far? Oh, thank you very much, Dagon. Okay, so we've got our write-up, we've got our code. So we just need to move on to day number 2. Sorry, not day number 2, part 2 of this challenge. So that's the right answer. You got 1 gold star, closer to powering the weather machine. Continue to part 2. So we're just going to go over here. What is part 2? DieDev says, I want to say Dagon is either an H.P. Lovecraft reference or some sort of Mesopotamian god. I'll let Dagon answer themselves. Part 2. Realizing the error of his ways, Santa switched to a better model of determining whether a string is naughty or nice. None of the old rules apply. They are clearly ridiculous. Okay? So now, a nice string is one with all the following properties. It contains a pair of any 2 letters that appear at least twice in the string without overlapping. Oh, okay. So it has to appear twice, so XY, or AA, and then a bunch of other letters, and then another AA, but not AAA. Okay. So it contains at least 1 letter which repeats with exactly 1 letter between them. So it's got XYX. Okay, so this is going to be a little bit tougher to... to write a function for. Okay, how many strings are nice under the new rules? Alright, so what we're going to do is we're going to start another write-up for part 2 over here. So what we can do is we can take what we have for part 1, and we can just copy it and use it as the base for our new code. So we're just going to copy this and then go back. We're going to write day 5, part 2. So, to people in the stream, we're going to be moving on from this topic in about 18 minutes. And then we're going to be moving on to doing some modular arithmetic. So all you people who are good at math, you can help me out by teaching me how to do clock math. So this is day 5, part 2, or part B? Part 2? Day 05, part 2. Okay, just like this. Paste this in here. And yeah, the Lovecraft one of the video games, though, there's a whole joke in it. But okay. But yeah, welcome to the stream. Anyways, what do we got here? So Advent of Code, day 5 still. We're still doing string matching, and we need to replace the instructions because the instructions are different now. So we'll go back, and then we'll grab the instructions for part 2. And put it in here. Okay, paste in the instructions, and then for our code over here, well, this is not a work in progress right now. I'll just leave this alone. Hopefully we can finish this challenge today, but we'll see. We only have 17 minutes left. TryHackMe tab, TryHackMe tab. I know everybody's hating on TryHackMe today. And RZ, hello, nice to see you here. I mean, it's hard for me to quit TryHackMe because TryHackMe has a lot of stuff that I can cover. But from the video that we that HackSmarter released today, we see that TryHackMe is not the best company as far as what is the word? Ethics are concerned. So it's kind of tough. So we're just gonna copy this as part B. So we're gonna move it, and we're just gonna call this part B.py to rename it, and then we're gonna go up here and we're going to start editing our code. So we're going to nano this thing again. And, well, we need to change the... We need to change our criteria here. And I guess what we can do is we can get rid of our previous functions, because the previous functions don't apply anymore. So I think vowels is still going to be okay, but we can get rid of the bad pairs, and we can get rid of all the other functions. We're also going to need to change the how many nice function as well, because it's not going to work the same way. Didev says Amazon is not a good company and tons of people continue to use AWS. RZ says it's all business but good for practice outside of work. Zeng says good evening, good sir. What happened with TryHackMe? Yeah, so a popular content creator on YouTube named HackSmarter, he released a video talking about how people should stop using TryHackMe. I'll leave the link over here. Okay, RZ says, I recommend Hack the Box for labs more real. I mean, the thing about Hack the Box is, I can't cover a lot of stuff on Hack the Box because I cover stuff that's free. That's free and stuff that I can upload to my YouTube. And there's not very much stuff that's free and I can upload to my YouTube from Hack the Box. I agree that Hack the Box has a lot of good stuff, but I can't cover much of their stuff on my live stream. Okay, so we'll get rid of the bad pairs. So we only have one. Let's see. Okay, so we need to fill in the gap over here, and we also need to talk about what strings will qualify. So in this challenge, let's take a look at the rules. So now a nice string is one with all the following properties. It contains a pair of 2 letters that appear at least twice in the string without overlapping. Okay. So it appears twice without overlapping. Thanks for the info. No worries, no worries. We'll talk about the news, and I guess this is kind of big news because, well, I mean, TryHackMe is a really big company, and HackSmarter is a pretty well-respected creator in the InfoSec space. So we need to pay attention to this stuff. Contains a pair of any 2 letters that appears at least twice in the string without overlapping. This is going to be tough. We need to keep track of how do we do this in an efficient way. Contains a pair of any 2 letters. So we need to separate these into pairs. Although I guess how do we separate them into pairs? The thing is that this could be a pair, but this could also be a pair, and this could also be a pair. And we need to find one where the pairs occur twice. I guess we could create like a list of all the pairs in the word. So we create a list in the word where we split it up by 2s. So by 2s like this. I mean, the other thing we need to keep track of is we need to keep track of how long each one of the strings are. Each one of the strings is basically the same length, right? Maybe use a set. Yeah. Let me take a look at the strings in the first place. So these all seem to be the same length of string. I hope they're all the same length of string, otherwise some bad stuff could happen. Okay, so if we just copy one of these and then we echo it out, and then we word count it. So this is 16. So this is exactly 16. So I guess we can make we'll create a function called has double pairs. So has double pairs, it takes in a word, and we need to do something for it. We need to split up the word. We need to make a couple of lists. I guess list of pairs is going to be an empty list, and we need to populate it. What do you think about CTF? CTFs are really good for education, because I mean, a lot of people, you know, they say they poo-poo on CTFs because they say it's not realistic, but a lot of CTF stuff is completely realistic. Defus says a lot of THM stuff is free. What do you think Google is going to do with your data that you feed into YouTube or into any website as a blog? They'll teach their AI with it. Get over it. You can't expect them to give you services for free without taking anything from you. That's just how the world works, and it will become even worse in that part. Get over it. I mean, the whole thing with like AI and what AI is allowed to take from people and how companies are feeding user information into AI, it's a really big hot button topic. Defus, I understand that people, I mean, these companies that are unethical, companies that are generally regarded as using bad or unethical business practices, we still use them. We still use Amazon, we still use Microsoft, we still use YouTube, we still use Twitch. It's it's all very, very muddy. But it's tough. It's good, but it's also good to be aware of what's happening. Okay, Brembo says, I'm asking because I want to learn to do pen tests on web apps. Yeah, so Brembo, if you want to get into cybersecurity, we got a website for that. Get into cyber. Snelligaster, the realistic stuff is monotonous and boring. The cool, crazy stuff is what makes things like Stuxnet or Pegasus is going to be from people who do unrealistic CTFs. That do unrealistic CTFs. I mean, I'm a big fan and a big proponent of CTF for learning. So for people who, who say that everything has to be super realistic and that we shouldn't be hacking, we shouldn't be practicing hacking unless we're hacking real targets, that's just dumb. That's dumb as hell. People don't have these expectations for any other field. Why do they demand that everything has to be on real world? Everything has to be quote unquote real world when you're doing hacking. Okay. So list of pairs is an empty list, and then we need to populate list of pairs by splitting up the pairs by every second word. Okay, RZ says it's not like people think this is hours of coding most of the time and testing. Are we referring to TryHackMe, or are we trying to something else? Or are we referring to CTF stuff? Okay, so we want to Python split up string by pairs of characters. Split it up by 2. So to split up a string into pairs of characters in Python, the most common Pythonic way is to use list comprehension with slicing. Okay, so what do we got? So if we got a string, and then n equals 2. I mean, do we need to specify that n equals 2 here? So pairs equals s. S? What does s stand for in here? So I plus n for I in range, length of s, n. So s is a string? So s is string. Oh, s is string. Okay. I got it. Okay, so let's see. Didev says, give it to them straight. Like exploits. Exploits? So R7, are we talking about... Oh, are we talking about, like AI creating exploits versus people creating exploits, or something else? Brembo says, what do you think of people who abuse this and try to hack innocent people? What do you think of people who abuse... Well, I mean, I provide education advice. I do tutorials, and I try to, help people learn how to do hacking stuff and cybersecurity stuff. It's kind of like teaching a person, or it's kind of like giving a person a knife. That person can use the knife to do all sorts of great and creative things and bring value to the world, or they can use the knife to do bad stuff. So, I mean, I can't really, like, what is the word? I can't really agonize over whether or not the things I'm teaching to people are going to be used for good or bad, because it's just teaching skills. Slimeberg says, you get it, people who just think everything has to be serious, be so serious, but learning is actually much more reinforced when fun or play is involved in the process. Thank you, Slyborg. Thank you very much for that insightful comment. Brembo says, people who know how to use CVEs, for example, let's say you know to do a zero-click, zero-day exploit and use it to troll people. I'm not too sure where the example is here. I mean, nobody... I don't think I know anybody who would use a zero-day exploit that they discovered to troll somebody, because that means that the zero-day exploit will be discovered and researched, and then you don't have your zero-day exploit anymore. It doesn't make a lot of sense. Okay, so s equals this string, n equals 2, pairs is... Okay, if we output the pairs, then we get these pairs over here. So I mean, I'll give this a try. Okay. B Theo says, I'd use a 0-day. Wow, that's a great comment, B Theo. That's great. Trolling is for script kiddies. I mean, it also really depends on how money motivated people. Well, I don't know about if it's actually money. It could be money motivated, or like, It's not very smart. It's not very smart to burn 0 days for no reason. It doesn't make a lot of sense. Okay, so we've got the word, and then we've got n, I guess. So n equals 2. I guess we could do list of pairs. We could define list of pairs up here. So, and that means we need to get rid of this list of pairs. Okay, and then to make sure it works, what we need to do, well, okay, we also need to replace s in here because s is a s is a variable that doesn't exist. Okay, let's see. No worries, no worries. Brembo says you can make a reverse shell. You can make a reverse shell while you're in a conversation. I don't know. I don't know. In Discord, you can. I mean, do you have the ability to gain a reverse shell on somebody's underlying system when you're having a conversation with them in Discord? Is this a hypothetical you're talking about, Brembo? Diva says, if no one would hack systems on purpose, there would be no need to hack systems for education to defend, and that can be useful even without someone doing bad stuff with it. Well, I mean, I agree. I think systems need to be tested, and security needs to be tested, because we don't live in an ideal world where if security flaws exist, nobody would take advantage of them. We live in a world where bad people exist, so we need to study security. B. Theo can make a reverse shell blindfolded. I believe it, Theo. I believe it. Okay, so I guess we'll just return the pairs. So return pairs, return pair. We'll call this pair list. And we're just gonna comment out this code because we're not using it right now. So we're not using this function. And we'll print out has double pairs on the format list. Just to make sure you gotta spell everything correctly. Just to make sure everything's going okay. Okay, you're on fire today. Yeah, Theo. Technology goes quicker than a security fix. That is true. That is true. But I mean, security fixes don't go out as quickly as we'd like to. Bremo says I had a man who trolled me like that with the vulnerability on Discord. You can make a reverse shell where you're in a conversation and you got user access to your computer. Can you? I mean, that's got to have some sort of CVE associated with it, right, Brembo? I've never heard of this kind of. Discord vulnerability. Could you maybe talk about what the CVE is for that vulnerability? Because it sounds kind of incredible. Okay, so let's see if the function works. So we'll just run. Okay, so this doesn't seem to work. Okay, well, I mean, well, the code doesn't work, but it's fine because we're finished with this section. So we'll take our code, what we have right now, and we'll just use it for our work in progress code. We'll put it in our write-up, and then we'll move on to the next thing. Okay, let me just grab the code and replace it. And we'll just commit these changes, and we'll put a pin in this and come back to it later. Okay, R7 says, using Discord API, you can do this. You got access to my computer, but there was a honeypot VM rubber ducky Let's see. I have an important question that you understand. If you have this thing to stay forever on my computer, or if there is a pendant, he told me that he used something called a Black Lotus. A pendant called a Black Lotus. I mean, I'm not too sure what that refers to. The only Black Lotus that I know of that's a pendant is like a Magic the Gathering card. It's not exactly something to do with software. Okay, so let's move on to the next topic. So topic 1 is finished. Topic 2 is here. Topic 3 is on deck. And we'll set up 60 minutes for our next thing. So our next thing is Cryptohack. Wow, great. I get to struggle with math, everybody. So if you can make an account for free over at Cryptohack. We're going to be working through some challenges over there, and we're going to be working through a course on modular mathematics, or what is called modular arithmetic. Okay, so let me see, is this the first challenge? No, this is not. Okay, so we'll start from the beginning here, because so modular arithmetic 1, modular arithmetic 2, standard GDC, greatest common divisor. Okay, so I'll give you the course details over here. You should be able to sign up to do this course for free. And let's just talk about what modular arithmetic is. So let's make this nice and big. So this course has been put together to help our players develop a strong foundation into mathematics, of which all public key cryptography is built upon. At the heart of modular arithmetic, we're working with familiar operations like addition, multiplication, and exponentiation. However, unlike the integers, which just get bigger and bigger, modular arithmetic instead wraps around and returns back to 0. Think about clocks, that after 2459 we reach 00 instead of 2400. This introduces subtle changes from the mathematics of our childhood. And Segfaults, hello, nice to see you here. What is up? And it's worth taking the time to get used to these differences. I mean, people use modular arithmetic all the time. Let's talk a little bit about this. So we're done with this. And we'll just put this in our chatting text editor. Okay, let's make this nice and big. So modular arithmetic. So there are a lot of systems where modular arithmetic applies. That's not how you spell arithmetic. Why do you like to use Nano as a code editor? I mean, I like to use Nano as a text editor in general. I've never really taken the time to teach myself how to use Vim, although people do say that Vim is a very good text editor. Okay, SysOS Master says, Present had a network error I had to fix that prevented me from joining. No worries, SysOS Master. It hasn't been super hectic over here as far as moderation is concerned. Okay, so there are a lot of systems where modular arithmetic applies in real life. So we deal with this stuff all the time. Of course, there is clocks. So there are 24 hours wraps around. Also the days of the week. They wrap around. The days of the year also wrap around. So basically any numerical system, it doesn't go on forever. It resets back to the beginning, right? RZ says, have a good stream. Happy to find it. It's late in my country. Good night, you all. Thank you very much. Stay secure. Stay secure, RZ. Thank you. Okay, so Brembo says, I have an important question. I see that you understand. Brembo, you repeated that thing about the Black Lotus. I don't know exactly what you're talking about. I don't know what this Black Lotus is. So let's see. So 24 hours, this thing wraps around. The days of the week also wrap around. The days of the year wrap around. And I guess another thing that can wrap around, well, there's a lot of stuff. I mean, time in general wraps around, like, seconds wrap around minutes and hours, days, months, years. All this stuff wraps around, so it's all subject to the principles of modular arithmetic. So mathematics can be an intimidating subject, and for many people a deep dive into cryptography might be the first time someone is really motivated to start working in the new areas of mathematics, as well as working on these challenges. If you're finding some of these topics challenging, come and chat with us, linked in the sidebar, and talk with the community. Yeah, so Cryptohack does have a Discord community, and you can go there and you can ask questions. I've never really done it myself, but if you need to talk to people, the community is there. For those people who already have a strong maths background, these challenges instead are a great way to focus on the kinds of problems we'll be solving within cryptography. Generally, you'll be drawing from the experience of number theory, group theory, and later with elliptical curves and algebraic geometry. I don't know what any of these things are, but hopefully one of these days I do understand. So let's start on some fun challenges to get moving, and very soon we'll start breaking real-world cryptography with our newly developed math muscles. Okay, so let's start the course. And the first challenge here is called Greatest Common Divisor, so GCD. So to anybody who knows a lot of math or knows these concepts in the chat, let us know, because it's good to hear from people who are really good at the subject. I'm not really good at math, and modular math is a new thing for me. So the greatest common divisor, sometimes known as the highest common factor, is the largest number, which divides two positive integers, a and b. So for example, a equals 12 and b equals 8, we can calculate the divisors of a. So what divides into a? So 1, 2, 3, 4, 6, 12. And the divisors of b, 1, 2, 3, 4, 8. So comparing these two, we see that the GDC of a and b is equal to 4. So the two numbers that are largest and can divide both 12 and 8 is the number 4, okay? So imagine we take a equals 11 and b equals 17. Both a and b are prime numbers. As a prime number has only one itself and one as divisors, so GCD of a and b is equal to 1. Okay? Let's say that for any two integers a and b, if GCD AB equals 1, then a and b are co-prime integers. So co-prime integers. So they're co-prime means that they're both prime and they're both integers. Great. So if a and b are prime, they're also co-prime. If a is prime and b is less than a, then a and b are co-prime. Think about the case for a prime and b greater than a. Why are these not necessarily co-prime? So I mean, I'm not too sure. I'm not too sure about this. So if you can explain this, why are these not co-prime? I'll paste into the chat. So let's think about this. So co-prime numbers, I guess they're co-prime integers. Okay, so a equals 17 and b equals, I don't know, 19. So if a is greater than b, then both are co-prime. Oops, this arrow. Okay, b can be a multiple of a. B can be a multiple of a. What does in what case does that qualify? Because I mean, both of these have to be prime numbers, and prime numbers, I mean, one of them could be the number 1, maybe. So they say that B less than A, not always coprime. So let's say, so if B is less than A, so B is 19 and A is 17, if A is less than B, then both are... Okay, let's put on some new music. They said that B is a prime number? Hold on, let me... If A and B are prime, they're also coprime. If A is prime and B is greater than A, is less than A. If B is less than A, then A and B are coprime. Okay, so let me paste this in the chat. And let me put on some new music. Okay, think about the case where A is prime and B is greater than A. Where are these not necessarily coprime? So coprime means that they're both you know what? Maybe we'll just hand this off to the AI and maybe it can explain why. Because math stuff is not really my thing. We're talking about modular math. Why is this okay? So the point is, I can't see this. So A is prime and B greater than A does not force GCD equals 1. Okay, so it says A and B are not definitely primes. They're not definitely primes, and when they're not prime, they are only coprime if they share the greatest common divisor of 1. Oh, okay. So, I mean, B doesn't always have to be prime in this case, right? A is prime. A is always prime. B does not need to be prime. So you cannot automatically use results to assume A and B greatest common divisor is 1, like multiplicative inverses mod B, Euler's theorem. Why A prime B greater than A does not imply coprime. These numbers are coprime if their greatest common divisor is 1. Okay? That makes sense. Okay, Brembo says, I checked this site Cryptohack. It's a lot of fun. I understand Python and it's easier for me than TryHackMe. Brembo well, I mean, you can learn a lot of good stuff from Cryptohack, for sure. Okay, so if A is prime, its only positive divisors are 1 and A itself. Okay? For GCD AB to be 1, we need A not to divide B. But the condition B greater than A says nothing about divisibility. Okay, so take A, 5, prime, and B equals 10. So I mean, we're assuming that that B doesn't necessarily need to be a prime, prime number, because 10 is not a prime number, right? Then GCD 510 equals 5, which is not 1. So 5 and 10 are not coprime. Okay? So in a modular arithmetic context, if you're working modulo b and want to use that, you want to use that a has a multiplicative inverse mod b, you must explicitly require that GCD equals 1. Knowing only that a is prime and smaller than b is not enough unless b itself is also prime and different from a. Oh boy, that's a lot of math. Okay, let's go back. So, well, let's get rid of some of these windows we're not using. Okay, Didev says, they said that think about the case A is prime, and A is prime and B is greater than A. So why are these not necessarily coprime? It says that A is prime and B is greater than A. It doesn't say that B is necessarily prime. I mean, I guess so. I mean, if both of these numbers are prime, then of course they're coprime, because a prime number only has itself and 1 as a divisor. Okay, so it says there are many tools to calculate the GCD of two integers, but for this task we recommend looking up Euclid's algorithm. So try coding it up. It's only a couple of lines. Use a equals 12 and b equals 8 to test it. Okay, so a equals 12 and b equals 8. I mean, we can make a little Python script for this, because they want us to play around with this stuff. So primes are coprime by definition in proofs. Yeah, I mean, if two numbers are prime, they have to be coprime. So if we go into our text editor over here, okay, we'll make a new directory for Cryptohack. Work inside of that. And let's make this one called GCD. GCD math.py. Okay, so I mean, it's not going to be a very complicated program, but okay. So a equals 12 and b equals 8. So what we need to do is we need to figure out the greatest common divisor. So def GCD, and it takes in int a and int b, and we have to do something with it. Okay, Didev says, when they say think about the case, it means that they're clearing up any previous assumptions made in the above statements. I guess it is to better understand that exactly what they're talking about. Okay, so try coding it up. It's only a couple of lines, and we're talking about Euclid's algorithm. I really didn't pay too much attention to Euclid's algorithm the last time I did this exercise, but oh geez, this looks like a lot of stuff. It's how math people think. I'm not a math person, but I'm trying to learn math to learn about cryptography. So it might be a very hard thing for me to understand. So let's see. Euclidean algorithm is based on the principle that the greatest common divisor of two numbers does not change if the larger number is replaced by its difference with the smaller number. Okay, let me make the text dark mode first. Wait, where's the dark mode? Ah, dark. Here we go. Much better. Jeez. Okay, so let's try to understand this. We'll hide this part. Okay. The Euclidean algorithm is based on the principle that the greatest common divisor of two numbers does not change if the larger number is replaced by its difference with the smaller number. Okay, so for example, 21 is the greatest common divisor of 252, 252, and 105, as 252 equals 12 times 21 times 12, and 105 is 21 times 5. And the same number 21 is also the greatest common divisor of 105 and 252 minus 105. So let's see. Since this replacement reduces the larger of the two numbers, repeating this process gives successively smaller pairs of numbers until the two numbers become equal. When that occurs, that number is the GCD of the original two numbers. So by reversing the steps, or by using the extended Euclidean algorithm, let's see. The GCD can be expressed as a linear combination of the two original numbers. That is the sum of the two numbers each multiplied by an integer. For example, 21 equals 5 times 105 plus minus 2 times 252. The fact that the GCD can always be expressed in this way is known as Bézout's identity. Okay, so what I'd like to see is I'd like to see the examples with these two variables over here. So a equals 12 and b equals 8, because when we're dealing with smaller numbers, it makes it a lot easier to explain. When we're dealing with larger numbers, it's more complicated. So we'll try asking our good friend the AI, maybe it can explain it. Can you explain Euclid's algorithm with two numbers a equals 8 and b equals 12? Okay, the Euclidean algorithm finds GCD 8, 12 by repeated division, replacing the larger number with the remainder until reaching 0. So assume we're ordering them descending, starting with 12 and 8. Algorithm works regardless. So we've got 12 equals 1 times 8 plus 4. Okay, so we take the larger one, and then we take the smaller one, and we see how it can be calculated to become the larger value. And 8 equals 2 times 4. 2 times 4 plus 0. So how do we figure out that the magic number is 4 in this case? GCD 12, 8 equals GCD 4, 8, 4, since the remainder is 4. Flashbacks to maths class. Yeah. So GCD 4, 8 equals GCD 4, 0. Okay, thus GCD 8, 12 equals 4. So any common divisor of 12 and 8 also divides 12 minus 1 times 8 equals 4. So I guess we've got our... So it's 1 times 8 minus 12. So 1 times 8 is 8, and then 12 minus 8 is 4. So the problem reduces efficiently. This ties back to the modular math. Remainders preserve GCD for coprimality checks. Okay, so if we wanted to write a Python script that checks for GCD manually using Euclid's algorithm, what does that look like? And explain each operation. Okay, look at the remainders of 4 and 0. Look at the remainders 4 and 0. Okay, so we got Euclid GCD A and B, while B is not 0. So loop until the remainder is 0. A and B equals B and A modulo B. So replace new A, old B, oh geez. New B equals old A mod old B. Okay, return A. Last non-zero remainder is the GCD. Okay, so let's go through the function one line at a time. Okay, so Euclid GCD AB defines recursive free iterative version. Inputs are non-negative integers. Okay, so while B is not equal to 0, so it continues until the remainder of B equals 0 as GCD A 0 equals A. Okay. Hello, nice to see you here. Hunting Bird. Nice to see you. What is up? What is up? I like it. Picasso. Picasso? Are we talking about the music? So AB equals B A modulo B. This is the core step. Python tuple unpacks swaps and computes remainder via modulo, okay, equivalent to A minus A divided by B times B, preserves GCD AB equals GCD BA mod B. Okay, return A returns the final A, which is the GCD. Okay, so if we just run the code, let's copy this. Oh, good. Just a meme. No worries, no worries. Just doing the same stuff, but on Golang. Golang, TDL. TDL. What does TDL stand for? Okay, so if we've got Euclid GCD AB, well, B is not 0. Okay, loop until the remainder is 0. So this is it's a while Python loop. Let's see, A and B. AB equals BA modulo B. So replace the new A and the old B and the new B. Oh, okay. So this is a variable assignment, right? Okay, 3.labs platform for learning Golang. Go in one evening course. Oh, have you heard of exorcism before? Let me grab you a link. So this page right here, I've created a list of like different programming resources and stuff. I think one of the... yeah, so under General Programming Language Learning Platforms, I've got Exorcism up there, and it's a pretty good platform for doing a bunch of exercises using a bunch of different languages, including stuff like Go. Okay, Mr. Moist 3K, hello, nice to see you here. What is up? Okay, so we keep on reducing A and B while B is not equal to 0. And when B becomes 0, because we take the A and then you modulo it by B, then we return A, and that should be the GCD, or greatest common divisor. So print Euclid GCD 12.8, the output should be 4. Okay, so if we just save this out and we run the code. What did I call this? GCD math. Okay, this outputs 4, and I guess what we can do with this is we can plug in the... I guess what we can do for each one of these cycles, we can also print out what A and B are. That'll make it a little bit more apparent as to what's going on. So let's go ahead and edit this thing. So while B is not equal to 0, we'll add an extra step, and the extra step is going to be print with an F string, A equals A, B equals B. So that'll make it a little bit easier to understand what's going on in each one of these steps. Okay, so it says 3dots.tech, is that it? Yeah. Mr. Moist says, I'm all good, just doing some programming, just got to some JWTs. I've heard that JWT keys should be inside the token. Yeah, I mean, they're signed with the token, so it's more of, they're signed with the token, so I think it's more of like a hashing function. But I'm not completely sure. If you want to learn more about, JWT security stuff, I think you can probably learn from Portswigger Academy, because they've got a whole big section on it over there. Here you go. What was I doing? Okay, so let's save this out, and then let's run the Python code again. Okay, A equals 8, and then B equals 4, and then A modulo B is then 0, because there's no remainder after that. So A equals 4, B equals 0, which means that the greatest common divisor has to be 4. But, I mean, what happens if the numbers are much bigger? So if we go back in, and we replace these with, like, much bigger... Well, we can just double these numbers. We'll triple these numbers. So this will be 8, 16, 24. So we'll do 24 and 36. Okay, and then we'll try it again, and we'll see A equals B. Wait. How did it... Okay. It's because it was hard-coded here. Okay, so A and B. All right, let's do it again. Okay, A equals 24, A equals 24, B equals 12, and then A equals 12, B equals 0, which means that the lowest common divisor of both of these numbers has to be 12, right? Honeybear says, I do pen testing, so I kind of like JWT manipulation, not complicated, but I love network stuff. Yeah, I mean, we're all about doing web app security stuff, about network security stuff over here as well. We're currently trying to teach ourselves some math, because math is required for us to do cryptography concepts. It's not that I like doing math, it's just that I have to learn the math to do the cryptography. So I need to force myself to do the math. Okay, so the last thing we're doing is we're doing these really big numbers. So we got A equals this big number, and B equals this other big number. So we'll just, we'll plug these in. And this is the solution for the challenge. I mean, we've already solved this challenge, but let's find the answer again. Okay, so A equals this thing and B equals this other thing. Okay, Huntingbird says, yeah, crypto is kind of hard, not gonna lie, with all the algebra stuff. I don't understand, but kind of useful even for reverse engineering. I mean, you're going to see a lot of cryptography stuff in reverse engineering because people don't usually like to make stuff super, what is the word? They like to make things complicated when they're dealing with security in their programs. Otherwise, people can find all of the juicy variables in plain text, which would be really bad. Okay, so let's run the Python program again. So A equals this number, and then you subtract this number. Wait. So, okay, so B becomes A, and then, wait, no. A becomes B, and then B becomes the modulo of A modulo B. Oh, geez. Okay, so we see here that B becomes the new A, and then you subtract B from A. No. Yeah, you subtract B from A, because A is the larger number, and B becomes the result of A minus B. So, okay. And then A becomes B, and B becomes 0. And then we arrive at the final number here. Okay, let's see. SysOS says, people obfuscate things using cryptography, usually storing the key in the bin. So, oh, that means you can decrypt it. Well, I mean, you need to include the key in the bin if the program itself has to decrypt it. So yeah. So Huntingbird says, even for ransomware attacks where it's full-on keys and keys and keys trying to reverse, that is kind of fun and frustrating at the same time. Now, if you printed the mod, you would see it fully. If you printed the mod, oh, you know what? Yeah, let's go back in. So print A and B, and then the last thing we print out is going to be modulo result is the result of A mod B. Okay, and that should... Whoops. Oh. It doesn't like this. Integer modulo by 0. Modulo by... Hold on. So this was line 7. Modular result equals A mod B. So I guess it doesn't like this. You want to print it before the operation. Okay. I guess we can define like a C here as well, right? So C equals oh, we have to define it up here. Actually, this is probably also going to give the same error, right? Not be cringe? Are we... Okay, the operation on line 6 changes the values of A. Two, 3, 4, 5, 6. Ah, okay. So yeah, I mean, this probably isn't going to work either then. Inconsistent use of tabs and space. Oh, okay. Hold on. Was this tabs and spaces? Yeah, this is spaces. This is spaces. This is a tab. So you need to make sure that it is a space instead. Yeah, okay. Flip 6 and 7. Okay, flip 6 and 7. Okay, let's go back in. So we'll cut this part out. C equals A modulo B. And then print C. Okay, so A... Okay, this makes a lot more sense. So A equals the original A, right? So it's 52920. B equals this number, and then when you modulo these two, the result is this number. So this number becomes the new A, and then we modulo it by this number. The modular result is... Okay, so it doesn't... So A modulo B in this case would be 12096, which becomes the new A. And then when you modulo it by 1512, the modulo result is 1512, which becomes the new A, and B becomes 0, which means the modulo result is 0, and you finally return 1512. Okay, and C equals B now. C equals B now because you use a dirty A and a dirty B, and you're using A and B and C, not B and C. Oh boy. Holy math. But I mean, this is probably a lot. This makes a lot more sense than the result that I did for this exercise previously. Because previously I just used like a function to do this. Hold on. Let me pull it up. So previously I was focused purely on getting the answer and not how the math works. So I've done stuff over at, where is it, Cryptohack, Modular Arithmetic, and there's a GCD function in Python's math module which we use, but this doesn't really teach you how the math makes sense. Okay? Go to your code and print before doing the operations. It will suddenly make sense. Okay, so let's go back in. And so while B is greater than 0, C equals, well, I mean, I guess we'll print all this stuff, right? C equals this, and then, sorry, we need to make these all spaces. We'll do the print statement up here. So let me just grab this. And then we'll get rid of this print statement. Okay, and then we'll write it out. Okay, so A equals the original number, B equals the original number. The modulo result of A modulo B is the remainder, which is 13608, which becomes the new, and this becomes the new B, and B becomes the new A. Okay, and then the modulo result of this is this number. This number becomes the new B, and B becomes the new A. And then you do it a third time, and then the modulo result becomes the new B, and B becomes the new A, and then the modulo result of this is 0, because you can't, what is the word? The modulo result of 12096 and 1512 is 0. Wait, is it? 12096 modulo B. Oh, no, there's no remainder. There's no remainder after the operation is done. Yeah, because this divides evenly. This divides evenly, so B divides evenly into A, which means that the modulo result is 0, which means that B has to be the greatest common divisor. Okay, that makes sense. I'm really bad at math, everybody. I can't explain to you enough how bad I am at math. Anyways, let's move on to the next lesson. So the next lesson is okay. Actually, you know what? Let's take a look at the other solutions. So after you solve a challenge inside of Cryptohack, you can take a look at the other solutions that the other students created, and they upvote and they downvote good solutions. Huh. This one's very, very short. Okay, so GCD, AB, return. Oh, is this a ternary operation? Return GCD, B modulo A, if A else B. I mean, this is a little bit too reduced for me. It's not really, I don't really work with ternary operations. Okay, it's followable. And Jeng, hello, commands. Hold on. Oh, so the 24, yeah. Hello, nice to see you here. Sorry I didn't see your message before. I believe sysos wants you just to go back to the original format. You had before you added C and swapped lines 6 and 7. Yeah, this is what we did eventually. Thank you. Okay, Cypher says, is it considered good or bad to keep your Python code as simple as possible like that? I mean, this looks like a code golfing, right? Make it as short as possible. Okay, this is hard. This is valid, just hard to follow. Sick in the mind. Hello, nice to see you here. It is code golf. Yeah, code golfing. And we're just talking about math stuff. We're doing greatest common divisor, and we're trying to understand how the thing works. So I started printing out all the results that are happening inside the Euclid algorithm to understand what's really going on. It's not necessarily simple. I wouldn't say it's overtly simple. Actually, let's see what another one of these looks like. So this one's got a code score of 46. And, ooh, I didn't want to do that. I just wanted to look at this. Okay, so GCD AB, if A is greater than B, check and invert AB if A is less than B. If A less than B, then A and B equals B and A. So invert them, and then while B is not 0, A and B equals B modulo A and B, return A. Ah. I mean, this is kind of similar to what we're doing, but they also flip it around. Okay, so Jeng says, what's that link you give to people and ask them they want to get started in cybersec? Yeah, it's this one over here. Let me pull it up. Okay, Snowlegoster says, code golf can be extremely complex. I mean, the goal of code golf is not to be understandable. It's just to be as short as possible. Anyways, okay. I think we can move on to the next challenge. We spent a long time just working on a single challenge. Okay, so we'll move on to the next thing. So we got, the more complex version. So extended GCD. So let A and B be positive integers. The extended Euclidean algorithm is an efficient way to find integers u and v such that A times v plus b, A times u plus b times v equals the greatest common divisor of A and B. Okay, so it says, later when we learn to decrypt RSA ciphertexts, we will need this algorithm to calculate the modular inverse of the public exponent. The modular inverse of the public exponent. I really need to get used to the vocabulary that they talk about when they talk about these math terms, because I need to take some time to understand what these terms mean. Okay, so SysOS says, this solution form that Shiloh is optimized for speed hack. Speed hack? For speed. It's optimized for speed. Okay, SysOS says AU plus BV equals GCD AB is critical for RSA. I guess I'm gonna have to drill this in my head. Okay, so using two coprimes, p equals this number and q equals this number, find the integers u and v such that p times u plus q times v equals the GCD of pq. Okay? Enter whichever of u and v is the lower number as the flag. Okay, so it says here that knowing that p and q are prime, knowing that p, q are prime. Wait, does this also mean that they're coprime? Would you expect GCD p and q to be? For more details on the extended Euclidean algorithm, check out this page. Okay, are we going to learn some group theory here? It's probably going to come up later. I'm trying to work through this very, very slowly to understand exactly what's going on. Because in previous exercises, I've been kind of skipping past the how it works of the mathematics and just trying to get the answer. So in that p and q are prime, what do you expect p and q to be? I mean, if p and q are prime, then the GCD of p and q have to be 1, right? Or am I mistaken? So greatest common divisor, if they're both prime, then the greatest common divisor has to be 1. Okay, so let's just ask the our good friend the AI. I mean, this is what I use AI for. I use AI to try to understand programming concepts, and in this case, math concepts. Okay, what about Euclid's algorithm extended? Does this question point out? Okay, all primes have a GCD of 1. Okay. So the extended Euclidean algorithm extends the basic version by finding integers x and y, such that px plus qy equals GCD pq via Bezout's identity. Okay, expectations for primes pq. If p and q are distinct primes, GCD PQ equals 1. Neither divides the other. Okay? EEA then yields XY where PX plus QY equals 1. Since PQ equals 1, X is the modular inverse of P modulo... Oh my gosh. The modular inverse of P modulo Q, for example, that is X... What is this symbol here? What is the triple? Can anybody in chat let us know what the triple line symbol means? So xp to exponentiated to the -1 mod q equivalent. Okay, thank you. Is equivalent to. So x is equivalent to p to the -1 power mod q, and vice versa for y. Okay, so why this matters. The prior discussion highlighted that primes aren't always coprime. Primes aren't always coprime. Primes aren't always coprime. So if P equals Q. But for distinct primes, EEA certifies coprimality and computes inverses. This is key for modular exponentiation. For example, RSA decryption of C to the power of D is equivalent to M modular N. M modulus of N. Oh, this is getting kind of complex. Okay, so we'll move on to what is going on here, and what do they want? So using two primes, P equals this and Q equals this, find the integers U and V. Okay, so in the new program, I mean, I guess I'll just call this one like GCD extended .py. Sure. Okay, so I'm dizzy just hearing that. Yeah, I mean, we gotta move through this stuff slowly, otherwise it's going to be very easy to get confused. Okay, so using two primes, so this prime here and this prime here, find the integers u, v such that p times u plus q times v equals GCD of p and q. So we need to figure out the greatest common divisor of p and q. So the greatest common divisor of p and q is 1, because they're both primes. So we need to find the number that plugs in. Okay, so let's copy this. So the equation is like this. So GCD of P and Q, and I guess we can split these up. Okay, SysOS says, or when A times B equals B times A, it's also A times B is equivalent to A times B. AB, when you, so A and B are multiplied, right? So A times B is equal to B times A. So A times B is equivalent to A times B. Okay, so these are both prime. So P and Q, well, I need to put this between some comments. P and Q are both primes. So P times U plus Q times V. So we need to figure out what the numbers U and V are. To figure out what the values of U and V are with the following equation. Okay, so P times U plus Q times V equals GCD of P and Q. So we need to find, so the GCD of P and Q are, well, the GCD of P and Q, because they're prime, because they're both prime, is 1. So we need to figure out what U and V are if we add them together that equals 1. So in your example, PU plus QV is equivalent to GCD PQ, because P times U plus Q times V equals GCD PQ, and QV plus PU GCD PQ. Okay, so let me try to, we'll try asking the question to our good friend the AI, and we'll see what it answers as how we figure out what the numbers U and V are. Okay, so in this equation, how do we determine what U and V are? Okay, this is especially relevant once P, Q, U, and V can be more than just simple digits. Simple digits. What defines a simple digit versus what is not a simple digit, SysOS? Can you explain that to me? Okay, to define the integers U and V such that P times u plus q plus v equals GCD PQ. Use the extended Euclidean algorithm, okay? It builds on the basic Euclidean algorithm by tracking coefficients through back substitution. Back substitution is something I haven't heard of before, okay. So manual back substitution method. Start from the Euclidean algorithm steps, then work backwards. So for example, p equals 12 and q equals 8 from earlier, okay? So the GCD of 12 and 8 is 4, yeah? Now express 4 as a combination. So from 1, now what does the symbol mean in math? So 1, 4 equals... Okay, so we've got... let's spend another 10 minutes on this, just so we can try to get some resolution. Then we'll move on to the next thing. Okay, 10 minutes. Okay, a scalar is a simple digit, but it could be a matrix, a vector, or even a function. Oh, okay, okay. Okay, so 12 times 1 plus 8 times -1 equals 4. Thus, u equals 1 and v equals -1, verify. So for distinct coprimes, I mean, we're looking for the equation where both p and q are prime, right? So p equals 5, q equals 3. So these are both prime numbers, or coprime numbers that are very small, so it should be easier to understand. So 5 equals 1 times 3 plus 2, okay, 3, then back substitute, Python implementation recursive. So extended GCD for a and b, if a is equal to 0, return b. If, well, what is this? If a is equal to 0, return b, 0, 1. Okay, so I mean, this is just is this just an exception, or is this really necessary to the function? So GCD x1 y1 equals extended GCD b modulo a. So it's oh, we're referencing the function inside the function. So it's a recursive function. Okay. So x equals y1 minus b divided by a times xi. Where did the I come from? Oh no, that's a 1. That's a 1. X times 1. It's early bail, but it exists if the function, it exits the function loop when a equals 0. Oh, okay. So if a is equal to 0, then return the thing. X equals y1 minus b divided by a times x1. So x, so when we do this particular syntax in Python, so x1, so if is it x, it's not x multiplied by 1, but what happens with 1 to x? Okay, so due to recursion, you need an exit pattern, so an early bail is a good one. So return GCD x, y, returns the GCD and x and v, u and v, where a times u plus b equals GCD. So u GCD uv equals extended GCD 12, 8. This is equal to, so this returns the GCD, which is 4, and then u and v, which is 1 and minus 1. So 1 and minus 1. In this equation, for extended GCD 5-3, then the GCD is 1 because they're both prime. And then the u and the v values, u is minus 1 and v is equal to 2. Okay. Sorry, I need to take a little water break. Just a second, everybody. We'll do like 30 seconds, but during those 30 seconds, we'll put on the birds. All right, here are the birds. I need to take a little water break. Just a second, everybody. Okay, let's get back to the math. I'm gonna have to go back and I'm gonna have to study this because math does not come easily to me. But I think we'll put a pin in this. I'm not too sure when the next time we're going to be taking a look at cryptography is and this math stuff. But hopefully this got you thinking about some stuff you haven't looked at before. All right, so let's stop the timer and let's reset the timer back to 60 minutes, and then we'll start our Python lesson. Math is tricky, not hard. It's tricky once you know it. It's hard when you don't. Anyways, yeah, so those are my birds. I put the birds on every time I take a break. And yeah, so we're doing topic number 3. So topic 2 is done, topic 3 is here, topic 4 is on deck. And we're doing Python. So we're going to be learning about Python for the people who don't know about Python. And let's see, this should be HackerFrogs AfterSchool. So HackerFrogs AfterSchool is a little program I devised to help teach people how to get into cybersecurity and teach them some of the basic skills they'll have to know to try to get into the field. So we're learning about the Python programming language because among a lot of different cybersecurity roles, Python is probably the most useful language to learn because whether you're in a high-level role, well, whether you're working in a role where you're working on high-level, what is the word? High-level operations versus low-level operations where you're working with, where you're working very close to the CPU, Python is going to help you get into whatever you're doing. It's especially good for automation, which is something that almost every role requires. Python is a programming language made by a Dutch engineer in his off time to make his job easier, and to be more lazy during work. So people, it's good to be lazy as a programmer. I actually did an RCE POC of the eDEX vuln reported by a security researcher. Hello, Saint Device, nice to see you here. And yeah, so we're going to be spending the next hour or so learning about Python. And today we've come up on learning about loops. So loops, we're going to be learning how to use for loops and while loops. Loops are a really big part of any programming language. So once you learn how loops work in Python, if you go to learn any other programming language, you should understand the concept of programming loops. But yeah, so let's get that set up. We're not dealing with Cryptohack anymore. We're not looking at Euclid's algorithm. And let me grab our online Python interpreter. So this website over here, we're going to be making extensive use of it. There are only while loops and macros for while loops. I mean, every loop is kind of the same loop, but in Python we kind of group them into 2 categories: the loops that end naturally and the loops that don't end naturally. But we'll talk a little bit about that in just a second. Okay, so this workshop is the fifth intro class to Python programming. During our last workshop, we learned about a few programming concepts through Python, including the following. We learned about conditions. So conditions are used in programs to determine a program's course of action. They rely on the evaluation of Boolean statements to determine if certain instructions are performed or not. So it's required for us to understand how if statement works and how Boolean statements work in order for us to understand loops. Because loops require a Boolean statement to return false to know when to finish. Second screen time. No worries, Hummingbird. Okay, so this workshop is going to cover the following things. We're going to be talking about loops in general. We're going to be talking about the for loops and the while loops. So Python groups these loops into two categories. There's going to be the for loop and the while loop. They're actually the same loop, but we'll talk about that later. Okay, just continue working on map initialization for Golang. Awesome, Hummingbird. Okay, so programming loops. So programming loops are tools that programmers use to run the same instructions multiple times. So we've got a very simple for loop in here. So for I in range 4, print I. So what we can do here is we can just print out a number. So the number is 0, 1, 2, 3. The reason why it starts at 0 is because when we use the range function over here, it creates a list of numbers that starts with 0. We could... Anyways, let's demonstrate this. Okay, so over here at the advertisements. So over here in the code window, and you can code along with us. Sounded like you're going to talk about the birds and the bees. I never talk about the birds and the bees. This is not what we talk about on the channel. Anyways, what are we doing? Okay, for I in range, and we'll just give like a number that we're going to stop before. So, why am I getting Chinese ads? That's weird. So for I in range 4, print I. So when we're talking about I, we mean for each thing, for each object in the range of 4, and range 4 means a list of numbers from 0 till 3. So this should print out 0 until 3. So when we run this, we get 0, 1, 2, 3. So this is actually 4 numbers, but it starts counting from 0. The for and the while loop. Well, listen. Sometimes programming concepts are hard to explain. Sometimes the words evade me. So programming loops are tools that programmers use to run the same instructions multiple times. Here the code repeats the instructions 4 times. For each time the value of I is printed. The first time I is equal to 0, and then 1, and then 2, and then 3. It stops before the number 4 because it started counting from 0. So if we count from 0, there's 4 numbers here. 0, 1, 2, and 3. This is a total of 4 numbers. Okay, there are 2 major categories of loops in Python. There's for loops and while loops. We'll cover for loops first. So for loops are instructions that repeat for each item in a set. The loop stops after the instructions have been performed on all items in the set. So in a lot of cases, the thing that we specify in the loop is going to be referred to as I. So you can think of the letter I as standing in for the word item. So I item for each item in range from 0 to 3, I guess. Print out the item. So in reality, I could be named anything. So we could name I item, or you could name I number. You just need to make sure that whatever you're putting inside the code block is the same. So we can demonstrate over here. Instead of I, we can put in the word item, and it'll do the same thing. So we could replace I and not call it item, we could call it number. For number in range, print number, and we get the same result. So the only thing that matters here is that we, whatever iterator that we mention over here, for example, number, we need to use the same iterator inside of the loop if we want something to happen to the iterated item, of course. Okay, we'll go back. So any object that can be referenced by index can also be used in a for loop, including strings. So if we've got a string, which is called the animal variable over here, so animal equals this string frog. For I in animal, print I. In this case, I is equal to each one of these characters, F, R, O, and G, and we print those off. So let me demonstrate. So let's see, our string animal equals HackerFrog. So for, we'll call these letters. For letter in range, for letter in animal. So animal refers to the string here, HackerFrog. Print the letter, which means we'll print off each one of these letters. And when it finishes printing off the last letter, it will finish the loop and the program will end. Okay, so HackerFrog gets printed out and then the program exits. Okay, so this also works if we've got like a list of things. So we'll call it, let's call this fruit list. So fruit list equals, we'll list off some fruits. If anybody has some suggestions for fruits in the chat, we'll take in one of those as well. So how about pineapple and grapes and whatever suggestion comes from chat. Kiwi, thank you, thank you. Okay, so that's the last fruit, and what we're going to do here is for something in fruit list. So fruit list is going to be the thing we iterate over, and let's just call it fruit. So for fruit in fruit list, print fruit. So that just means that each one of these items in the list is going to be printed out. So pineapple, grapes, kiwi. So basically, when you use a for loop, it has to be used with something that has that can be iterated over. Generally, that's going to be either a list or a string. In Bash, they've got the same concept for loops. Yeah, Warlock Gaming, hello, nice to see you here. Yeah, I mean, most programming languages use the same kind of concepts for loops. If they use for loops, of course, some programming languages don't use for loops. They just use defined loops where you need to do a lot more work. But I'm not sure if we're here to talk about that. Anyways, let's go back. So for I in range 10, print I. So to write a for loop, we begin with the keyword for, and then a variable name that is only used inside the loop. Typically the letter I, and then in, and then the name of the object to be iterated over, and then a colon. So the reason why we put a colon in our for loop here is that every for loop is a code block. So every code block has to start with a colon, and then the next line after the colon is going to be indented, and that's what lets Python know that we want to run the instructions inside the loop. So after a while, if you write enough of these for loops, you'll memorize what the syntax is. But for the first few times, it's going to be a little bit difficult. The best way to do it is probably to write them out manually so that you understand exactly what's going on. Okay, so on the next line, we have to indent the line. So for example, 4 spaces, and then input the instructions to be run. Since a loop is a code block, all lines in the loop must be indented. Okay, so I mean, we don't necessarily need to only include one instruction. We could have multiple instructions as well, right? So if we go back here, so for fruit and fruit list, print fruit, and we could also like include another instruction, print something like this is a fruit, and then print out the fruit. So if we run it like this, this is a fruit pineapple, this is a fruit grapes, this is a fruit kiwi. So we're not limited to one instruction. We can include as many instructions as we want inside the loop. Okay. So all for loops iterate over the contents of an object, typically a list. In fact, the range function creates a list with a series of numbers depending on the arguments given to it. So if we take a look at what type of object the range function gives to us, it gives us a list object. So the only thing that we can run for loops with are things that can be iterated over, like a container object. I guess in this case, a string also counts as a container object. Okay, so the other type of loop that we're going to be looking at is the while loop, which, unlike the for loop, does not have an assumed end condition. So, for example, we've got this code over here, count equals 0. So while count is less than 3, print the count, and then count is going to increase by 1. So let's demonstrate over here. So what do we have? We've got count equals 0, while count is less than 3, print count, and then count plus equals 1. So each time we run the loop, it's going to increase the value of the count variable by 1, and when the count variable is no longer less than 3, then the loop will end. Okay, so if we run this, we get 0, 1, and 2. It ends before 3, because when count equals 3, then count is no longer less than 3, so it doesn't run. Okay, Huntingbird says I'm at the loop section in Golang too. Awesome, awesome. Okay, so here the loop keeps running until the count variable is no longer less than 3, and each iteration of the loop prints the value of the count and then increases the value of count by 1. So one thing we have to understand is that each iteration of the loop has to progress the loop towards an end condition. Otherwise, we'll end up with an infinite loop, and infinite loops in programming are really bad. Well, they're really bad normally. Or, well, what is the word? Unplanned infinite loops are really bad in programming, is what I'm trying to say. So we can see that while loops and if conditionals are closely related, since each time a while loop iterates, it checks if its running condition is still true, and it ends if the statement is false. SysOS says infinite loops have their use. All embedded hardware uses them. Yeah, I mean, there are circumstances where we want infinite loops, of course. Oh, sorry everybody. We've got an ad on Twitch right now. So while the ads run on Twitch, we'll put on the birds. And how about... Somebody once said that they found this bird to be kind of scary. And I'll let you... Oh, you know, not this bird. Hold on. Let me put on the other bird. Okay, so we're just going to take 50 seconds for a little bird time. For a little bird break time. I'm going to take a little drink. But enjoy the music and enjoy the birds. Yeah, it's a cute bird. Warlock Gaming, yeah. In Bash, print is known as echo. You can also use printf if you want to echo out like a message as well. This is an American robin, so they're different from the robins you can see in Europe. And people came over to North America, they saw that there was a bird with an orange breast, and they thought, yeah, this looks like the robin that we have back in Europe. So they decided to call it an American robin. Anyways, let's put the birds away and get back to the hacking. Okay, Huntingbird says infinite loop goes hard for DevPTS defense mechanism with the script to lock out potential attackers from typing in the teletype. Interesting. Print and echo are not equivalent. Both are available in Bash. Printf, right? Printf and echo are not equivalent. Is that what you're trying to say, SysOS? But anyways, let's continue. We can see that while loops and if conditionals are closely related. Each time the while loop iterates, it checks if the running condition is still true, and it ends if the statement is false. So what this actually is, while count is less than 3, this is the equivalent of if count. If count is less than 3, do something. But yeah. Okay, I use it in King of the Hill when someone is spamming the TTY with commands to download malicious script. Oh, I've never done King of the Hill challenges before. They do sound really fun though, Huntingbird. Could use a bit of time to delete their scripts. So in this example, the loop runs over and over again, while the statement supplied to it remains true. Once the count variable is incremented to 3, then count less than 3 returns false, and the loop ends. So this is how this very, very short loop runs. Okay, SysOS says print is a bash primitive function, echo is a command, they're not equivalent. Printf is a depends case, is existing both as a function and a command. What is a TTY? So TTY is true type or teletype. It's a terminal. So a terminal that you can interface with. If that's not the case, let me know, because I need to get better with my terms. Okay, so while loops, so count equals 0, while count less than 3, print count. So we begin a while loop with the while keyword, and then the statement that must evaluate true for the loop to execute, then a colon. So while count less than 3. Huntingbird says it's a terminal ID associated to a user logged in or usage in Linux. See, I got to know what TTY stands for between the terminal and our input. Oh, the TTY? It stands between the terminal and the input. Really? Teleprinter or teletypewriter TTY is, it's from the initial computing names. Oh, yeah. A lot of this stuff is really old. Okay, so this is the statement that has to evaluate true for the loop to execute, and then a colon. Okay, then on the next line, indent 4 spaces, then input the loop instructions. So remember that because any loop is a code block, and code blocks begin with the colon over here, after the colon, all of the instructions inside the code block have to be indented. Okay, typically the last loop instruction progresses a variable towards a state where the loop condition will return false. So we need to include this last instruction to progress the loop towards the end state. Otherwise, that would be bad. Okay, so infinite loops. So what happens if a while loop is coded in such a way where the Boolean statement will never return false? The loop will never end naturally and creates what is called an infinite loop. So we got, what is the code here? So count equals 1, while count is not 0, print the count, and then increase the count by 1. So while count is not 0, print count plus equals 1. So this is basically counting up until infinity, because it'll never end, because the count will never be zero. Well, while count is not 0. So if we go back into our example over here, so count equals, we'll make this 1, and then we'll make the statement here, while count is not 0. So this would only stop if count were equal to 0 at some point, but it'll never be 0 because we keep on counting up in this case. Okay, so let's run the program. Stop. So it was able to get to 49,000 before we stopped it. So this is an infinite loop. If there's an infinite loop in your program, you'll know because the program will never stop. Okay, although there are cases where programmers want to create infinite loops in their programs, unintentional infinite loops effectively halt program execution, leading to system memory issues, crashes, or other problems. So we want to avoid infinite loops unless they're intentional. Okay, so there are a few more things that we can use inside of our while loops over here. So there's also the break statement. The break statement is an instruction we can insert into programming loops. When executed, the break instruction terminates the execution of the current loop. So we can also create a while true loop, and a while true loop is an infinite loop. And if we're using a while true loop, we have to find some other way to figure out when to escape the loop. And one of those ways is with the break command over here. Okay, Warlock Gaming says, are you preparing for OSCP? No, I'm not preparing for OSCP. I've taken the OSCP course before, and I took the exam. I didn't pass the exam, but that was like 4 or 5 years ago. And I don't think the OSCP exam is really... I don't think it would benefit me very much with what I'm doing right now. So I don't think I'm not planning on retaking it. I have taken the course though. Okay, so this is the while true loop. This example uses the while true style of loop, which is an infinite loop by default, and requires another means inserted within the loop to terminate the loop properly. For example, the break statement. So count equals 0. While true, print the count, and then increase the count by 1. If count is equal to 4, then break. Okay, we can demonstrate this over in our code. So we'll just reset count to 0. And we'll do a while true. So while true loop, print the count, increase the count by 1, and then we have to include another statement inside the while true loop. So if count is equal to 4, then break. So this is the check to see if we finish the loop or not. So if the count reaches the number 4, we break, and that ends the loop. So if we run this code, we only get 3 numbers, 0, 1, 2, and 3, because after we print the number 3, we increase count to 4, and then the if statement here returns true, which breaks out of the loop. Huntingbird says, OSCP has changed a lot. I find it to be less difficult than before the major update, changing all the pwn section to Active Directory. I think changing the pwn section to Active Directory was the right choice, because most network infrastructure uses Active Directory, and for a long time they were only teaching a little bit about Active Directory in OSCP, which was not the right choice. Okay, so let's continue. So Warlock Gaming says, is pen testing going to change with AI becoming increasingly new generation for cybersecurity? I mean, I think AI is already starting to change the landscape, the environment of pen testing, because there's a lot more automated attacks and automated defenses in place. And how that's going to actually shake out, we're only going to know in, I don't know, after like 3 or 4 years. It's going to be a while before we actually see what the final results are from this are going to be, or maybe it'll take even longer. Okay, so the next thing we're going to be learning about is the continue statement. The continue statement is an instruction that stops execution in the current loop and begins a new iteration of the loop. So it differs from the break statement because it doesn't terminate the whole loop, just that one iteration of it. So what do we have over here? So for I in range 5, so this is the numbers 0 to 4, if I modulo 2 is equal to 1, then continue. So continue doesn't mean break the loop, it just means skip to the next iteration of the loop. So skip to the next loop. Otherwise, print, let's see, something is an even number. So I mean, this is a way of skipping over certain certain iterations of the loop. So 0 is an even number, 2 is an even number, 4 is an even number, and we can probably recreate this for ourselves. Warlock Gaming says, many pentesters will lose their jobs. I mean, I'm thinking that pentesters are not going to lose their jobs as much as new pentesters aren't going to be hired, because pentesting consultancies are going to hold on to the pentesters they have and try to expand their operations by having the pentesters augment their testing with AI. Huntingbird says AI is kind of bad for pentesting. I mean, I tried the Gray Swan Arena CTF, AI only CTF challenges, and the only thing that can be good at, if it actually helps juniors, but juniors will be a non-existent job. I mean, juniors are what AI is threatening to replace. The thing is that we need juniors. We need juniors in the industry because juniors eventually become seniors. If we assume that the only jobs that are going to be relevant are like senior level positions, how do you become senior if nobody gives you the opportunity to be a junior? It doesn't make sense. Huntingbird says, basically, if you want an AI for pentesting assessments, you can use an MCP server on Kali VM or a Linux loaded with tools. I mean, Tyler, HackSmarter, was talking about this kind of stuff in his video, where he was talking about TryHackMe and how TryHackMe is practicing some pretty unethical business practices. So the video is over here if you want to take a look at it. But yeah, one of the things that TryHackMe is taking heat for right now is that they're trying to launch a platform that replaces pen testers. More information can be seen in the video if you want to take a look at that. Okay, so the continue statement, yeah, so this is used to skip over certain iterations of loops. And yeah, let me demonstrate what that looks like. So over here, we'll create our loop. So for I in range, so we'll do, I don't know, let's do 10 numbers, or 11 numbers rather. So for I in range, if I modulo 2 is equal to 1, so basically we're checking if I is an odd number, then continue. So continue means just skip this iteration of the loop, and then we'll print off the message with an F string. I is an odd or an even number. Because we're excluding all the numbers that are odd with this instruction right here, we're only going to print out the numbers that are even. So just a second, everybody. I have to change up my music. How about we do some of this? Okay, Warlock Gaming says, so if somebody wants to get into cybersecurity, having with an OSCP, it will not be relevant anymore, but Pen 300 can get a job. Which one is Pen 300, Warlock Gaming? What is the name of the certification? Cunningbird says, I don't think it'll be irrelevant because it'll also help you. You also have personal experience with IT and cyber stuff, and it's a plus to have some certs. I mean, how hiring practices are going to go in the future, that's something to speculate on. Okay, so for I in range 11, so that's the numbers 1 to 10, or 0 to 10. If I modulo 2 is equal to 1, so that means this is going to be an odd number, don't just skip to the next thing. Otherwise, print I is an even number. So 0 is an even number, 2 is an even number, 2, 4, 8, 6, 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, these are even numbers. So if the number is odd, we skip the print statement. Okay, Samwise Genji says, hey Shyhat, where can I get that PDF for Python that you're currently using? Yeah, if you want this PDF exactly, let me get that for you. Just a second. So this one is, I mean, they're all in here. We're currently doing session number 5. It is session, yeah, we're currently doing session number 5. So if you go down to the documents here, I've iterated on these documents so much. It's not really efficient, but yeah, if you want to take a look at those, you can go ahead. Okay, so there's also the else clause. Just like we can use if conditionals within loops, we can use the else clause to execute instructions in the case that the if condition returns false. So we can also use if, and we can also use else. And this is a way we can run our loops. Okay, Snollygoster says print I is even if I modulo 2 equals 0. I mean, you could do it that way as well. I was trying to illustrate the continue keyword. So if this thing over here continue, we're just trying to find a way to use the continue keyword. Uses gets, keeps old versions around. That's me. That's me. I don't know how to use git. Warlock Gaming says Pen 300 is OSEP, so the pen testing expert who can breach a patched up tough environment. It's called Python. What are we talking about? Anyways, let's continue. So the else clause. So just as we can use the if conditionals within loops, we can also use the else clause to exclude instructions in the case that the if conditional returns false. So for I in range, if I modulo 2 equals 0, then print this thing is an even number, else print it's an odd number. So I mean, this is kind of like a continuation of the code we were using before, but we just excluded the continue statement. So we go back in here, we do if I modulo 2 equals 1, then we'll print off, we'll just copy this, because we like to copy and paste in here. Print I is an odd number, and then we can put in our else. Print I is an even number. Okay, so this will cover both the odd numbers and the even numbers. If we run this code, 0 is an even number, 1 is an odd number, etc., all the way up until 10. Well, I'm not too sure. I'm not too sure who's using what programming syntax. But yeah, Warlock Gaming said Pen 300 is pen testing expert. I mean, pen testing expert. If you suppose that only people who have like expert skills in pen testing are going to get hired, that means that the requirements to get a pen testing job just are driven up exponentially, and that's probably a bad thing for the industry. I don't know. Okay, do you have a list of shortcuts for all the actions that you use? Which shortcuts are we talking about? I actually don't use as many shortcuts as I should. Most of the shortcuts that I use are just things like Control-C and Control-V. But if you see me using a particular shortcut and you don't know it, let me know and maybe I can tell you about it. Okay. AKC says, I got a few new tools. Got an Aruba switch to play with and I'm super happy. Can you tell me what the Aruba switch is? Because I don't think I've heard of that one before. Anyways. Okay, so how much time do we have? We still have 20 minutes. So let's practice using loops with Python at the following URL. I guess we can use the Learn Python site. I mean, I've been trying to avoid using it, but sure, let's give it a shot. learnpython.org. I used to really like this site, but I like it much less these days, especially since it's not very responsive. Okay, Warlock Gaming says, I believe that Pen 200 OSCP can be a golden ticket into cybersecurity, but OSEP can do help. Because of AI, things are getting challenging. AKC says it's like a Cisco switch, just a different company. SysOS says the AI bubble will burst and will wreak havoc with any firm mainly using AI agents for pen testing. Also, pen testing done by AI is not innovative while humans are. It's a network switch. Okay. Are you using it as part of like a home lab or something? Yeah, learnpython.org is not responding. That's fine. We've got other things to work through as well. Okay, so what we can do is we can just do the quiz. All right, everybody, take a look at this Python code. So when will the programming loop end? We've got mylist equals 1, 2, 3. For number in mylist, for num in mylist, print num, mylist.append num plus 1. So when will the programming loop end? A, after the last number in the list is printed. B, after the number 3 is printed. C, this loop will never end. Okay, TCM. I've never really finished any TCM course. But I believe you when you say that the Python courses from TCM are good. Okay, so for num in mylist, print num, mylist.append num plus 1. So the answer here is this loop will never end. So the reason why it never ends is because the last instruction in the loop is to add another entry to the list. So the numbers in the list keep on growing, which means it'll never run out of things to run. We can demonstrate this over here. Let me grab the code. Copy. Don't need this. Okay, so if we run this, we can see that it never ends because an extra number is appended to the list, which keeps on getting printed out. Iterate to the moon. Yup. Okay, so this is another loop. Tell us when the programming loop will end. So while true, count equals 0, print count, count equals count plus 1, so we iterate the count. If count is equal to 3, then break. So this would break out of the loop. Warlock Gaming, thank you very much for subscribing on YouTube. Thank you. Okay. So when will the programming loop end? A, after the number 2 is printed, B, after the number 3 is printed, or C, the loop will never end. Okay, Persona Management says Ghost Strats usually streams live on YouTube on Fridays. He covers the different hacker gadget toys. Huh, I've never seen his channel pop up in my YouTube feed before. Okay, so when was the programming loop end? A, after number 2 is printed, B, after the number 3 is printed, C, the loop will never end. So the answer here is... Okay, so Samwise Genji says, does Python also have pre and post increment like C++? I mean, I'm not really familiar with C++, so I can't answer that question. So the answer in this case, can Flipper Zero get the Tesla opened? The loop will never end. Okay, so this is a case where we need to pay close attention to where the iterator is stored. So this loop will never end because the iterator is stored inside of the while loop. So count is inside of the while loop, which means that count is going to be reset to 0 each time the loop runs, because it's inside. If count was outside of the loop, then it would run normally. But because it's inside the loop, yeah, it's because of the indentation. Well, I mean, we could also not indent this, but it would, cause an error. What we need to do is we need to take count and we need to put it outside. So let me demonstrate this. So while true, copy all this stuff. Okay, and then go over to the Python interpreter. Indent all this stuff. Okay, and when we run the loop, it basically it prints the number 0 over and over again, because when the print statement runs, count is always 0, because each time we loop around, count is reset to 0. So we see here that there's a bunch of zeros in here. That's because count is reset. So if we take count and we put it outside of the loop, whoops. If we put count outside of the loop, then we only get 0, 1, and 2. It runs until 3, before 3, and then it will break. Yeah. So it runs as expected. Okay, so that was the second one. And here's the third one. So here, when will the programming loop end? So count equals 0, while count is less than 5, print count, count equals count plus 1. So will the programming loop end A, after the number 4 is printed, B, after the number 5 is printed, or C, the loop will never end? It's a good lesson because I personally initialized a variable numerous times inside a loop. You need to be careful where you put your iterators while you're working with the loops. Also, in Python, you need to be careful where you store your variables, whether or not it's going to be inside a function or outside a function. Okay, Samwise Genji says A, Warlock Gaming says A. Okay, this time the answer is A, after the number 4 is printed. So while count less than 5. So when count becomes 5, the print won't happen. But up until the number is 4, the numbers will be printed. Okay, awesome. I think I've got like 1 or 2 exercises we can solve while we're talking about this as well. So let me go ahead and do that. So session notes for Python, session 5. Okay. All right, so I've got this this end of section exercise code as well. If you want to take a look at the stuff we're looking at here, there you go. So I typically test with greater than or equal to and not less than, equal to or less than, and not less than. That makes a lot of sense. 2 raw for you says, can I ask your opinion on the no scope as a service? So let's talk about, we've got a little bit of extra time, so let's talk about what's going on with TryHackMe and their service, no scope. So TryHackMe's new service or company, new company, no scope. So no scope, I guess they're talking about, they're trying to reference like first-person shooters, like no scope, headshot, that kind of thing. This is supposed to be a completely automated pen testing service. Okay, so in their advertisement, they say that they have data from TryHackMe. They say that they have data from TryHackMe. They also say that this service is much cheaper than traditional pen testing. This implies that it is a replacement for traditional pen testing. They also say that it can be, this service could also be used as a, what is the word? Complement to traditional pen testing. And this is why people are concerned, because they're concerned that that TryHackMe's new company is going to take a lot of money and a lot of business away from traditional pen testing companies. I smell telemetry. I just looked at this code after finishing Bash and I understand it. Yeah. I mean, we'll talk about the code in just a little bit, but somebody asked about the no-scope company, right? So they're trying to find something that's going to replace security testers, and this is like security testing as a service. Whether or not, I mean, this was going to be a thing, whether or not TryHackMe was going to do it. So it's not really surprising that these kind of applications, these kind of services, are being advertised. It's kind of a natural progression, with all the emphasis on, what is the word, on AI everything. It already existed. I mean, I don't think that the stuff that was out there before, it was automated, but it wasn't necessarily like AI powered, right? Okay, so print, the program will take in a series of integers and tell us if each integer is an even or an odd number. Then we take in some user input, enter a series of integers separated by spaces. For example, 1, 92, 35, and then we take the user input and then we split it up on the spaces. And then we run our little for loop. Man, there's a lot of space up here that's not being used. Hold on, let's make it a little bit smaller. No, let's make it a little bit bigger. It was specifically AI agentic based. Can you give me an example of some of these services, SysOS? It's not that I don't believe you. It's just that I want to be able to take a look and draw an example. Okay, so for each one of these integers of I, we do a modulo with the number 2 to figure out if it's an even number or an odd number, and then we print that out. Okay, so if we run the program over here, this program will take a series of integers, then tell us if each integer is an even or odd number. So we need to put in a series of numbers. 2, 4, 2, 3, 5, 8, 8, 7, 1, 3, 3, 3, 7, 9, 0, and 1, 3, 3, 7. Okay, 2 is an even number, 3 is an odd number, 7 is an odd number, 8, 8, 1 is an odd number, this is an odd number, 0 is an even number, this is an odd number. Okay, great. So, I mean, if there's anything that you don't understand about any of the things that we were talking about today, we talked about quite a few things. Let us know in the comments. We'll try to address your questions as best we can. So the other thing we can do is we can start writing some code in our traditional window over here. Let's just do loop thing.py, right? We'll start writing some loops. We'll make a big list. My list. Actually, wait. Let's name some distributions of Linux. This will be some fun. Okay, distros equals a list, and we'll put in like a number of our favorite like Linux distributions, and then we'll print them all out. and maybe talk about them. So Kali is a distribution of Linux. Debian is a distribution of Linux. If you've got some other suggestions, use Vim Editor, you will get addicted to it. Do you like Peter B? Hello. Do you like Xerinos? Xerinos? I'm not too sure. I'm not too sure what Xerinos is. Ubuntu Void. Ubuntu Parrot. Parrot OS. Catchy OS. Catchy OS. Pear OS. I mean, there's like, there are a lot of distributions of Linux. So let's write up a little for loop for this. So for OS in distros, do something. So the other thing we can point out here is that when we're writing Python code, we can make our indents any size we want. We can do 2 spaces or 4 spaces or 8 spaces if we want to. We just need to make sure that the spaces are all the same. NixOS Arch. Arch, by the way, of course. Let's add Arch just for fun. Arch and NixOS. Actually, I think some of these distributions are types of Arch Linux. Isn't NixOS like a version, like some form of Arch Linux? I mean, I'm probably wrong. Tell me if I'm wrong. Don't know. I didn't know about indents. I always use the tab. I mean, it's probably... Yeah, I mean, you can use either tabs or spaces. It's probably better to use spaces over tabs, because tabs can be different sizes, but spaces are always the same number of spaces. So for OS and distros, print OS. Actually, print a message. So OS is a type of Linux. Okay, and then what else could we do here? We can also break when we reach, I don't know, Arch Linux. If OS is equal to Arch Linux, then we need to do something specific. Print. I use Arch, by the way. Okay, I use Arch, by the way, and then break. Okay, so we'll run the loop and we'll see how this goes. Python loop thing. Kali is a type of Linux. Debian is a type of Linux. Arch is a type of Linux. I use Arch, by the way. There you go. NixOS is not like it's not like Arch. Okay, it's an unmutable OS, basically declarative. Okay. Zorin OS, Bazite OS, Fedora OS. I've heard of some of these. I haven't heard of many of these. And CentOS. Yeah, I've heard of CentOS. Okay. Samwise says, I tried using vanilla NixOS and Arch on a VM, and Nix was easy because of Calamir's installer, but Arch was a lot of setup, and you really need to read the documents for it. I believe that. Okay, so I think we might end the topic a little bit early, and then we'll move on to the next topic, okay? But let's review the programming concepts we learned in this workshop. Any NixOS users in here? I think Samwise is a NixOS user. Programming loops. Loops are tools that programmers use to run the same instructions multiple times. So if you do programming, you run for loops and while loops all the time. And they're one of the fundamental tools that we use inside of pretty much any programming language. Okay, Pentara and Aikido have them. Oh, okay. Automated pen testing demo. So Pentara and Aikido. Good morning from UTF +7. Hello, Hanky. Nice to see you here. And thank you for the research, SysOS. Much appreciated. Get a pen test done today. Huh. I wonder how much this stuff costs. So, okay. So one of the things that they talked about, that Tyler was talking about in his YouTube video, it was that he was talking about how AI-powered pen testing was going to undercut. I mean, he implied that AI-generated pen testing was going to undercut traditional pen testing consultancy companies, and basically reduce the number of customers available, right? So if we take a look at the pricing for this service, well, they're probably not going to have a flat price for us. This explains all the ads I've been getting for Aikido for the last few weeks. Huh. Well, it doesn't tell us about the prices. Ah, okay. Basic pen test, $960. So $960 for a basic pen test. A standard pen test is $4,000. An advanced pen test is $8,000. So, I mean, this is a lot cheaper. This is a lot cheaper than the prices that I've heard quoted for pen testing. I mean, I guess we're talking about like an application. Or are we talking about a network? Because network pen tests and web app pen tests might not be the same price either. But if you can get a pen test for less than $1,000, that's really cheap compared to the standard prices. So the standard pen test is probably going to be closer to the price of the advanced pen test over here, which is like $8,000 to like $10,000. Anyways, okay. Let's conclude our programming lesson. Okay, so loops can either run a preset number of times before terminating, or iterate through all the items in a list or string in the case of for loops, or run continuously until a predetermined trigger state is achieved in the case of while loops. So what's next? In the next HackerFrogs AfterSchool programming workshop, we'll continue learning Python, and in the next workshop, we're going to be talking about functions. So functions is going to be a whole topic on itself, because there's a lot of stuff to know about defining functions inside of Python, and we're going to be doing that on Monday of next week. That's just the cost of getting onto the platform, not the cost of configuring it. Wait, is there an additional charge for configuring the platform? I know that what is the company? The company Portswigger. Portswigger has a type of automated pen test tool as well. And I think it's Portswigger automated pen test tool. So it's probably Burp Suite DAST. Burp Suite DAST, this is what I was thinking of. It's basically an enterprise solution for scalable automated dynamic scanning. So this is something you can use on a pretty regular basis to scan your application, and it's basically an automated scan that you can use either to complement like a pen test or to replace pen testing stuff. I don't know like how much AI is actually incorporated into this tool, or if there's any. There's probably some. There's even Pen 2, a pen test distribution of Gen 2. I thought Gen 2 was a pen testing distro. Hold on. Okay, you can provide the website where you are learning the Python. The Python. Well, I mean, we're using this to run the Python code. These are my own presentations that I created on my GitHub. I mean, I can get the GitHub for you if you like. So this is my HackerFrogs AfterSchool distro over here. Gen 2 is, oh, it's General Linux. Okay, okay. So Gen 2 is not a pen testing distro. But Pen 2 is apparently Divas. Thank you. Thank you for letting me know. Okay, so let's conclude this section of the stream. And we'll do another hour for our next section. We're going to be taking a look at TryHackMe. So controversial, we're going to be using TryHackMe, where we're supposed to be hating on it. Pen 2 is a pain in the butt. Really? What is the difference between Pen 2 and Linux and Kali Linux? It's a pretty old one, even predating most other distros that you've heard of. Pen 2. So Pen 2 is, I mean, is Pen 2 older than Kali Linux? This is the lab we're going to be doing first. Hidden deep in my heart. Okay, figure out what's hidden deep inside the website. But yeah, everybody's Gen 2 is not Pen 2. Oh, okay, Gen 2 is not Pen 2. Okay, so Gen 2 is probably older than all the stuff, all the other types of Linux we're talking about. I don't think so, because Kali started with Backtrack. Yeah, Kali Linux used to be called, was it called Backtrack Linux, or did it have a different name? Okay, we'll start up this machine. So hidden deep into my heart. Deep into my heart. These are like song lyrics. Backtrack. Oh, that's kind of stylized. Okay, so let's go back to... We got our platform access over here, and we get to log in to the VPN. We've got a bunch of VPN keys over here. Kali was Backtrack, yeah. So sudo openvpn, and we just use the key. We use the key. So just so everybody knows, the person who created the TryHackMe, the Don't Use TryHackMe Anymore video on YouTube, they are Hack Smarter. And they've got an education platform themselves. I actually like all the stuff that I've seen on Hack Smarter. They've got a bunch of free stuff as well. Which machine? So the machine is this one. Okay, so task 1. Set up your virtual environment. We'll start the machine. Unauthorized. What? What do you mean unauthorized? Let me reload the page. Am I not logged in? I'm not logged in. I've got to log in. Okay. I guess my cookie expired or something. All right, join the room. User is already in the room. Thank you for that. Okay, target machine started up. SysOS says, scratch that, mistook Gen 2 for a different one. Even Enoch, its initial name is from 1998, not 1995 as I thought. Okay, so the machine is on. The machine is on, but we don't see the IP address. Guess we'll get the IP address in a bit. So deep into my heart, this is a 100-point web app category, difficulty easy. My dearest hacker, Cupid's vault was designed to protect secrets meant to stay hidden forever. Unfortunately, Cupid underestimated how determined attackers can be. Intelligence indicates that Cupid may have unintentionally left vulnerabilities in the system. With the holiday deadline approaching, you've been tasked with uncovering what's hidden inside the vault before it's too late. You can find the web application here. Okay, we gotta wait for the IP address. Okay, so we got our IP address, and we need to find a way to, well, get the flag for the program. Okay, we should be connected. Let's go ahead and Love Letters Anonymous. So what's this? Welcome to our secret Valentine's message board. Share your anonymous love letters with the world. I mean, we don't see anything that we can click on this website. So I guess what we need to do is we need to do a little bit of scanning. So this is on port 5000. What about port 80? There's no port 80. Okay. So I guess one of the things we should do is we should scan the machine to see if there are other ports exposed. So we can go over to our Nmap port scanning tab, and we can just Nmap scan this thing. Okay, and we discovered port 22. Port 22 is associated with SSH, remote login. Durbuster, it's Durbuster time. Defus says, do you think it is professional behavior as someone who offers a learning platform to rant on other learning platforms' business decisions? Is it professional behavior to rant about how other platforms are bad? Let's go sect list time. If it comes to that, maybe. So Defus, is it professional as someone who offers a learning platform to rant on another learning platform's business decisions? That's tricky. I mean, we can talk about it a little bit. Should Hack Smarter make a hit piece video on TryHackMe? On TryHackMe from a professional point of view. Okay, so I mean, does this change? Does the math change if he isn't an owner of a competing platform? Okay, what's with this TryHackMe thing? Yeah, we've got. I haven't mentioned THM or HackSmarter. Just a general question. I mean, we can talk about this. We can talk about this because, you know, it's a pretty small space. There are not very many. The whole like cybersecurity industry is pretty small, so everybody kind of knows each other, especially at like a higher level. Broxer says, "What is that? What is that? Oh, HackSmarter is a content creator who also has like a cybersecurity education platform, and he made a video about TryHackMe and how they're not practicing ethical business practices. So, I mean, if he isn't the owner of a competing platform, then it is completely justifiable that he makes a video criticizing them. Because he has a competing platform, it's seen as less what is the word? Less genuine. It's seen as less genuine because he benefits from people moving away from TryHackMe, and if they move away from TryHackMe, then they might try his platform instead. Okay, SysOS says, is he knowledgeable on the subject more than most? Are we talking about... I need to finish the Go course. I am bored. No worries, Hunterbird. Do the mission you're doing in the meantime. No worries. Let's see. Peter says, I gotta go. Thanks for the stream. I joined your Discord. Probably watched the next stream. You're a great dude for explaining everything for free. Thank you, thank you. Is there a way to get TryHackMe for free? Well, I mean, TryHackMe is free. Less objective. That's true. Yeah. So, if he doesn't own a competing platform, then we can see what he's talking about as more objective than, you know, because than his current position where he owns a competing platform that could benefit from making the hit piece. So when evaluating if somebody ought to make a video, you should know these questions. I mean, you should always take into account the point of view of the person who's making the video. Because they obviously, everybody who makes a video is making it for a reason. They're not making it purely because they want to inform people. Well, I mean, maybe. It's hard to say. One box in a day is free, the rest is premium. Are you talking about TryHackMe? As far as TryHackMe is concerned, I'm pretty sure you can do as many boxes as you want in a day. They group the boxes into free boxes or paid boxes. So if the box is if the module is free, you can do as many of them as you want to in a single day. But anyways, what were we looking at? So this challenge, port 5000 is open, and there's also, I mean, the thing is here is I don't want to, I know HackSmarter. HackSmarter is, I've communicated with HackSmarter over Discord, and he's always been a very nice person. He offers stuff for free. The thing is that I can't be seen as like, I try to be as objective as I can when I talk about this stuff, but like, I mean, I'm friendly with HackSmarter. Okay, the Linux Progress room was good. I mean, there's lots of good stuff over at TryHackMe. This is why we use it. SysOS says not only knowledge but also motive and how they do the video. So is it an object rendition or is it a commercial outing in disguise? You got certifications? I mean, I've got. I wouldn't say that I've got a lot of great certifications. I've got like a pen testing, like a low-level pen testing certification called the EJBT. Their Discord is very helpful. TryHackMe Discord. HackSmarter. I may get to use it. Thanks. Yeah. What do you think of HackSmarter's critique of TryHackMe? I think HackSmarter had a lot of good points. I think whether or not HackSmarter should make this video from a professional point of view, I think people will see that he owns like a competing platform, and they'll see it as a different point of view, as if he, you know, as if it would be a different opinion if he didn't own a competing platform. As for the points that he made, I think he made a lot of good points. Let's see. The HackSmarter video critiques. How do you spell critique? Critiques of TryHackMe. So he talked about a few things. He talked about user info or user data from TryHackMe being used to train the AI for the new company called NoScope. He also talked about employees being treated badly at TryHackMe, and I guess as part of this, he talked about the Glassdoor reviews of THM from former employees. Critique, yeah, that's how you spell critique. Okay, HDPO says got OSCP. I took the OSCP exam and I did the OSCP course. I didn't pass it, and well. So SysOS says I agree with most, if not all, of his points. His call to action is not something I agree with. So he said User data is being used to train the AI. Employees are being treated badly at THM. He also talked about like Hack the Box. Hack the Box has much better reviews on Glassdoor than THM. That's another thing that he pointed out in the video. And his call to action on the video was to delete your account. Tells you you should delete your THM account in protest, or in protest. This essentially means like boycott TryHackMe. Yeah, the machine is really, really easy. I mean, I used Hack the Box as a competitor example. Yeah, he did. He did use Hack the Box as a competitor example to TryHackMe, and he was comparing. The reviews on Glassdoor specifically to talk about that. I mean, once again, if you want to take a look at that video yourself, let me grab the link. You should watch the video yourself if you want to make a decision. THM didn't answer my bounty? Oh, really? I found a pretty heavy vuln in it and they didn't care. They couldn't care less. Is it proven that about bad treatment of employees at THM, or is it only based on Glassdoor reviews? Well, I mean, he was talking about personal stories about people he knew or people he knows that work over at TryHackMe. And they talked about bad treatment. He talked about like leadership that didn't listen to them. He talked about people being worked excessive numbers of hours, that kind of stuff. But anyways, I mean, the thing is that it's hard to boycott TryHackMe because they've got a lot of good stuff. Warlock Gaming has it correct. Hack the Box is not beginner friendly. That's the one big critique I have of Hack the Box, along with the fact that Hack the Box doesn't have very much materials that I can cover on my live stream. But that's more of a personal gripe. Is Vulnyx a good platform? If you can, I mean, if you're able to set up your machines, Vulnyx is a great website. Vulnyx is basically the spiritual successor of VulnHub. Here, I'll leave the link for you if you want to take a look. So Vulnyx is a website where you need to be able to download and deploy virtual machines. But if you can download and deploy the virtual machines, it's a really great platform. And we're going to be doing some Vulnyx today. I shouldn't have done that. Okay. Okay, HT Pao says, bitching out, TryHackMe, Hack the Box while saying coding Python. While saying coding Python like writing exploits. What are we talking about, HT Pao? Okay, I'm gonna go to bed. Good night and good luck. Well, thank you very much, Henningbird. Thank you. SysOS says, we have no good replacements for THM. Something that fills the gap. HackSmarter is working on a good addition for it. It's not close to the level of THM. I mean, the thing is that the roles that the two platforms fill in the in the industry, they're kind of they're different. Love the frog, love the burb. Thank you very much, Hunnenbird. And you know what? Let's give you a Hack the Planet.
Hack the planet! Hack the planet!
Okay, Defus says, I feel like publicly trying to blame competition is the worst a company can do to compete. Hate them privately, be better, offer more, do it cheaper, and try to compete this way. But don't talk bad about your competitors in public. I don't really like it. I mean, this is what you were talking about earlier. You asked if Should HackSmarter have made a hit piece video on TryHackMe from a professional point of view? I mean, the big thing is that that he owns a competing platform. But if he didn't own the competing platform, then it wouldn't have been from the perspective of like a direct competitor, of course. Okay, time for the machine. Yeah, we should probably solve the machine. It shouldn't take too long to do it either. Okay, support scanning. Supported methods, love letters, anonymous. One disallowed entry in robots.txt Cupid secret vault. Well, I guess this is probably the endpoint we want to look at. But Defus, I think creating the video was I don't know. The thing is that I'm not super objective when it comes to HackSmarter because he's nice to me. From like an objective point of view, it looks like it's kind of like mudslinging. If you point out that TryHackMe is, using like scummy business practices. So, I don't know. I mean, his points are valid. His points are valid that, THM shouldn't use user data to train its AI, especially if they don't disclose that up front. It does look like employees are badly treated over at THM as far as like work-life balance concern is from that point of view. And thank you very much, Andy Mapare, for subscribing on YouTube. Thank you. Okay, let's see. SysOS says, if you did it as a type of publicity stunt, then yes, it would be wrong. Don't feel that that's the way why he made the video. He even removed some speculation from it so as to have a clean version. I believe he felt obligated to make it tell the community know about something he feels is really bad. Yeah. This is tough. It's not super black and white for me, but I guess if you look at it from an objective point of view, it does look kind of like it does look a little bit like mudslinging. Anyways, let's check out that endpoint. So it's on port 5000, and the endpoint is called Cupid Secret Vault. You have found the secret vault, but there's more to discover. Okay, I mean, I guess... What's in here? So secret vault is directory. We probably need to do a little bit more directory busting for this. So you'd use something like a fuzzing tool. So we can run derb. We can run derb. We could use, like a few different directory busting tools. The Cupid boxes, those were nice. Well, Oh, you've done these before, SysOS? Okay, so there's probably some hidden endpoint we need to access here. Persona management says, thou shalt not speak up for the humble worker like HackSmarter did. I've only made it to the login page. Yes, during the event. Not sure where to go from there. Okay, so this is Cupid's secret vault. Persona management, thou shalt not speak up for the humble worker. I mean, I think speak up for the humble worker, I think it would have been more impactful. I mean, is it more or less impactful to speak up on to speak up on these particular like critiques of TryHackMe, if it's from HackSmarter's point of view, if it's HackSmarter making the video, or if it's like a former employee of TryHackMe making these allegations. It does change like how the critique is taken. Okay, Cupid Secret Vault. Administrator, okay, so there's an administrator directory here. We can probably just take a look at this. Okay, Cupid's Vault. Username, password, unlock the vault. Let's check to see if there's anything hidden in here first. I mean, is it going to be admin? Or is it going to be something a little bit more sophisticated? I mean, the real question is, was he making the video as the owner of HackSmarter, or as Ryan the person? I mean, HackSmarter's name is Tyler. Did you read the robots.txt? I remember needing it. Is there a robots.txt in here as well? So the robots.txt we found was at the top level directory. Oh, okay. So it's good to manually review this because we've got like a potential password here. So Cupid's Arrow 2026, sure. Yeah, thank you for that, SysOS Master. So it might be admin and this password. Okay, we got in. Great. Love is in the robots. Great. Okay, so this is the flag. And we will submit it and finish the machine. What is the flag? Okay. Persona Management says capitalism has a tendency to make it taboo to speak about worker rights in any industry. Defa says, who even is he to tell us that their employees are treated badly? What is the content in checking competitors' Glassdoor reviews and ranting about them? If you don't enjoy working there, don't work there. If your competitor, STF you about that. I mean, that is one way you can. I guess. I mean, I understand, Defus, that you think that he shouldn't be talking directly about a competitor like that, and that it looks kind of what is the word? Biased. It looks very biased because he stands to benefit from criticizing them. I tried administrator with that password, but not admin. Nearly beat you. Oh, no worries. I mean, I usually try it admin first, and then administrator afterwards. He's also talking about ex-colleagues, which he has private conversations with. Don't get me wrong, I watch his content as well. I enjoy it most of the time, but that wasn't nice. Okay. I mean, the thing is that it's tough because, you know, the content creators that you watch, when they agree with you and when they're doing stuff that you like, you're like, yay, this guy is awesome, he's an awesome person. But when they do something you don't like, then suddenly you have to look at it from like a different point of view. Yeah, this person, I think you have to take a person as like a collection of all of their opinions and the points of view that they bring, right? Because not everybody is going to completely align with what you believe in. Usually, I mean, my point of view with content creators is that when they talk about the stuff that I agree with, I think they're awesome. When they talk about stuff that I don't like, I either tune out or I just like remember, oh yeah, he has this opinion. But after a while, after too many of these bad opinions about these content creators build up, then your overall opinion about that content creator shifts. Okay, let's see. Victor86 says fuel price will be high. We're talking about politics. Tough to build a solo. SysOS says I prefer not to 100% like my content creators. Just so I know, I do not just agree because it's them. I mean, we can. The thing about content creation is that we tend to build a little like relationship with the content creators. We think of them as like the ones that we like to think of them not as like friends, but like people who we think are good, I guess, for lack of a better word. So it's important not to become too invested in these content creators, of course. With the exception of me, of course. I'm just kidding. Don't. Anyways, hidden deep in my heart, this one is done. I guess we should probably do a write-up for this, because we haven't done a write-up for TryHackMe in a long time. Important not to become parasocial. Parasocial relationships, yeah. I mean, let's take an example from YouTube, right? So a lot of people, for a lot of people on YouTube, like the biggest cybersecurity content creator is someone like John Hammond. So John Hammond, we all know who he is. He's that redheaded guy. He makes a lot of cool videos on cybersecurity. I think that John Hammond is a cool guy, and sometimes I see John Hammond streaming, and I'm like, oh, I'll just pop into the John Hammond chat and say hi and stuff. It's important that we understand that content creators are not always going to agree with your opinions, of course. And so you just need to take a slightly more objective look at these people on why they're creating the content that they're making. John Hammond is the GOAT. Love you, Shy Hat. Thank you, SysOS. Thank you. Thanto says, finally away from my slumber. Oh, Thanto, do you live in Asia by any chance? Because it's like early morning up in Asia. It's important not to become parasocial. Yeah, I mean, if you meet John Hammond in person, he's a person. He's not he's not your friend because you've never met him before. Just remember that. I'm in Japan right now. Okay. All right, so we were doing a write-up, right? So this one's for TryHackMe. And this one's called something deep in my heart. What is it called? Hidden deep in my heart. Will hairy armpit ever be mainstream? I'm not too sure how that has to do with anything we're talking about, Victor86. Okay. So SysOS says, I've met a few people that make content now IRL. I always treat them as a person and not their persona. Total eclipse of the heart. Ellipsis. Hello, nice to see you here. Where'd that idea even come from? That's my question. Okay, so the URL, the concept we need to do the challenge, and the method of solving the challenge. So let me go ahead and get those things. So this is the URL for the challenge. Whoops. And the concept for this challenge is robots.txt. It's an oldie but a goodie. So the method of solve here is to look at the robots.txt file in the web root, or the web root of the application. Okay, so we see there is a directory indicated, as well as a string in the comments that could be a password. Okay, Thanto, you are you visiting Japan right now? Are you from another country? You should visit Japan sometime, Mr. Shyhat. It's a whole new culture compared to traveling from Europe. Thanto, are you European? I heard that they finally hacked the Xbox with a crazy hardware glitch like 12 years after release. I heard that recently, Deefus, yeah. I'm not too sure which news show that I was listening to it on, but yeah. They finally managed to hack the Xbox One. But it sure did take a long time. Okay, so we see there's a directory indicating a... Directory indicated as well as a string in the comments that could be a password. When we directory bust into that directory, we find an administrator endpoint. Okay. On that endpoint, there is a login page. We use the password captured from the robots.txt file and the username admin to gain access. Finished. Okay, there's reverse talk. There's a reverse talk on YouTube where it explains it. Huh. I mean, you can leave links in the chat, Deefus, if you wanna share that link. But yeah, Thanto, you're in Japan right now. I hope you have a good time. I used to teach in Japan. I was there for a couple of years. I was teaching English to elementary school students and middle school students. It was a good time. I went through the JET program, which is pretty typical for people who want to do like short-term employment and live in Japan at the same time. If anybody has any questions about the JET program, you can ask me about that as well, because, you know, I spent a couple years there. Anyways, let's move on to another challenge. So I think we might move away from TryHackMe because of the controversy, and maybe we'll do another platform instead. How about some PicoCTF? PicoCTF is way less controversial. Reverses the con where he demonstrated the hack. Oh, okay. Let's see. Cypher asks, were you on JET? Where were you on JET? I was in Hokkaido. Oh, Cypher, hello, nice to see you. Were you also a JET? That's great. Is that JET program for anyone? It's for people from English-speaking countries. So it's like Canada, America, the United Kingdom, also South Africa, and Australia. So if you're from one of those countries, then you're eligible. Although a lot of people are qualified to teach English, even if they're not from those countries. The other big requirement for the JET program is that you need to have gotten a college degree or university degree in anything. It doesn't need to be English, it could be some other subject or some other program. One downside of Japan is that some old people are a little racist towards non-Asians. Oh, if you talk to the old people, you'll find out that they're racist towards everybody. But they're especially racist towards people that they know are not Asian. Or, sorry, people that they know are not Japanese. So if they see other Asians, they might be, oh, that person is Asian, they might be Japanese. But when they see non-Asians, they're like, that person's definitely not Japanese. I mean, the thing about Japanese racism is that it's usually not super. It's not super overt, but it's certainly there. But maybe we shouldn't talk so much about racism on this stream. Okay, so PicoCTF. Let's do some web app stuff. So web app stuff. What have we not done? Oh, we need to be careful not to cover any stuff that was in the most recent event. I never found that unless they were Asian foreigners. Well, when did we solve the flag? We solved the flag when you weren't looking. We were able to find a... what is it? We were able to log in with... anyways, let's submit the flag. Done. SysOS says, America is referred to the two continents of North and South America. America typically refers to the United States of America. But, oh, Cypher, you mentioned that you were in Hokkaido. I was in, what is the name of the, Kyushu, the island. Map of Japan. Let's take a look at our map of Japan. Okay, so this one is nice and... Let's visit the site. So Cypher said that they were in Hokkaido. So if we take a look at the map of Japan, Hokkaido is way the way up here, where it's super cold, because it's up north. I was on the opposite side of the country. I was on Kyushu, and Kyushu is the southernmost island that's closest to China and closest to South Korea. So this is where I was. Oh, you're in Kyoto. So Tanto says that they're in Kyoto. So Kyoto is around here? Like the middle of the country? Yeah. Kyoto is in the middle of the country over here. Tokyo is over here. Can we make this bigger? You can. Okay. So yeah, Tokyo's here. Tanto is here in Kyoto. I was teaching over here near Kumamoto, and the other person in chat, Cypher, was teaching in Hokkaido over here. That's pretty south, very south. SysOS says, YouTube Automat is having a field day with the whole Japan discussion, and I had to allow many comments. Oh, talking about racism? I guess we should stop. We should stop talking about this stuff. Anyways, on to more web app hacking stuff. Where are we? PicoCTF. Yeah, I gotta be careful not to cover any stuff that's not from the current event. So let's do something from, I don't know, 2023? Oh, it doesn't want to respond. Elements. Huh. So this one is, well, we'll give this a try. Cypher says, I was in Kyoto for 1 year. That's why my Japanese is a bit Kansai dialect. Okay. Samwise asks, how long does the JET program generally last for? Most people who do the JET program stay for 1 year. Some people stay for 2. I think there's a maximum of 4 years you can stay on the program. But most people stay for a year. They work, they get their experience, and then they move on with their lives. Some people stay for longer, of course. Okay, elements. Online mode was a for fun feature present in the PicoCTF 24 competition, but is removed for the PicoCTF and is not required for solving the problem. What? Online mode was for fun? I don't even know what this means. Okay, insert standard web challenge here. Source code, elements.tar.g. Oh, okay. So we got some, we have some source code we need to inspect. I'm generally not very good at these challenges because my coding's not very strong, but sure. All right, everybody, we've got break happening on Twitch. So we'll just put on this video and we'll take a little break. We'll be back in about 60 seconds, but enjoy watching the birds flying around and having fun. Okay, I mean, spring is coming up pretty soon, so I will probably be able to see more, like, fledgling stellar jays. They're always a really fun bird to watch. Okay, Victor86 says, do you know the hack where you can see someone's password they typed in the password box in the browser? You can see someone's password that they typed in the password box in the browser. Load error could not retrieve challenge list. Well, I mean, they just finished their event. I'm not too sure if, hold on. If you want to take a look at the same challenge we're looking at, the link is over here. So we'll take a look at the source code. Source code, additional details will become available after launching your challenge instance. Thank you very much for subscribing on YouTube, Kool-Aid. Thank you. Okay, so what we're going to do is we're going to make a separate directory for this. We'll call it elements. Yeah, elements. Okay, and then we will download the file. And then we'll unzip the file, we'll take a look. So this is GZ, so we got to gunzip this. So gunzip it, and then detar it, untar, tar xvf. Okay, so, oh, it's a Docker. Why is there a flag.txt in here? That's weird. Do we just read this? It probably just says dummy flag or something. Okay, PicoCTF test flag. So the flag is actually in the web root. So we got start display, we got policy JSON, MJS. I've never seen this file extension before. What is the MJS file extension? Okay, MJS file extension. Module JavaScript. Okay, so MJS extension stands for Module JavaScript, used to explicitly indicate that a file contains ECMA script modules in the modern standard way of organizing JavaScript code using import and export statements. Key difference from JS files. In the Node.js runtime environment, the file extension determines how the code is parsed and executed. MJS files with this extension are always treated as ES modules, regardless of the project's configuration in package.json. They use import something from something and export something syntax. CJS files with this extension are the common JS modules. JS is the default behavior for JS. Okay. So there's also a static directory. I think what I want to do is I want to take a look at what the site looks like. So we'll go over to the site and we'll launch the instance. Instance data not found. Hold on. So I think, we can't interface with the challenge. Okay, no, it's here. Online mode was for fun feature present in the PicoCTF 2024 competition, but is removed from the Pico Gym. It's not okay. So do we not need to access the actual web application then? Comrade Soul, hello, nice to see you here. What is up? But yeah, I'm having trouble starting up the instance over here. We might have to switch over to another challenge if this isn't cooperating with us. Maybe we'll try another challenge then. Okay, let's try one from 2023. Maybe we shouldn't be using PicoCTF right now because it seems that the servers are having some troubles. How about some... Okay, so HackMyVM had a challenge that we were looking at the other day. Maybe we should take a look at that instead. What was wrong with TryHackMe? There was like a video that was published on about TryHackMe. Let me get the link. The video is called "Stop Using TryHackMe." and it was made by Hack Smarter, another content creator. Yeah, well, I mean, that's okay. We don't need to use PicoCTF right now. I think we were taking a look at challenge number 14. So find the flag in this domain, momo.hackmyvm.eu. And the last time we looked at this, I don't remember who it was, but somebody said that if they did like some Google dorking, so site http momo hackmyvm.eu, then we were able to get some different results. So we got this untitled page, and we've got another page over here. So the thing about this is that they also point to like an endpoint that we would normally not be able to find. So 2 endpoints that we would not normally be able to find. So password to get the flag. Password to obtain the flag. Well, I mean, I'm not too sure. Test. Wrong password. So I mean, even if... Wait, pass check. Okay, so this gives us wrong password. So if we go back, this leads to the landing page. So password to obtain the flag. We take a look at our... What? Is this the password question mark? Is it that easy? Are you kidding me? Oh, we can check. Haha, HMV, that was real easy. Great, 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 great. Okay, everybody, I haven't solved this before. I haven't seen that particular part of the website, I swear. All right. You know what? We can do a little write-up for this as well, because we've got like 8 minutes left in this segment of the live stream. So this is going to be for HackMyVM. And this is web challenge number 14. Oh. Okay. 014.md. So it's a pretty... The interesting thing about this is that I really don't pay very much attention to Google dorking like this. But it's pretty much required to do this challenge. Otherwise, you would never be able to find those endpoints. The endpoints, well, the first endpoint and the second endpoint are not going to appear on anybody's list. Yeah, it is OSINT. You need to be able to do this kind of lookup to find this stuff. The thing is that most of the time you're dealing with non-static websites in these web app challenges, which means that you wouldn't be able to do this kind of Google dorking. And Google did get it from somewhere. I mean, they probably scraped the website with their spiders. Okay, so the URL for the challenge, the concept, we need to do the challenge, and the method of solving the challenge. Okay, what do you do for a living? Well, I mean, I do education on Twitch and YouTube. I'm also starting up a nonprofit organization for teaching cybersecurity, and that's what I do. Sitemap.xml or robots.txt. I don't think either one of these is on the website. I mean, we can check. Robots.txt. No. So there's no robots.txt or sitemap.xml. Yeah. So, I mean, the thing is that they could have seeded those results on Google from somewhere. I just went to a fake website and it loaded an error page. Did I install something bad? I don't know. Did something download when you went to the page? I mean, the thing is that most modern operating systems are not going to allow, like, automated downloads of something that you get from, or like from redirects to random web pages, it just doesn't really happen anymore. It used to. Okay, so let's finish the write-up. So the URL for the challenge is over here. The concept we need to understand is Google dorking. Google dorking and Google dorking and what is the other thing? Web page inspection, or yeah. I mean, it's not. These are not super complicated concepts. Drive-by downloads do exist. I mean, if you might be able to download like a random file, like an executable. I wonder what happens in like a modern Windows environment if you just send it a direct link to an executable file. Does it download? If it downloads, it's not going to automatically execute the file. It'll probably give you like a bunch of warning messages when you try to access the file as well, right? Especially executable ones. Okay, so Cody Hudson says, what would in realistic time frame to become a pen tester earning over 6 figures? Earning over 6 figures. Okay, so Cody Hudson, with zero experience in being 40, is being self-taught with certs a realistic possibility? Thank you. I mean, I'll direct you to this website over here, Get Into Cyber. What I would say is that realistic time frame for becoming a pen tester, period, is probably somewhere in the neighborhood of 2 years. So if you study and train for 2 years nonstop full time and do a lot of, what is the word, social networking to become, what is the word, acquaintances with people in the cybersecurity industry through your like local meetups that do cybersecurity, probably on like a monthly basis, you're probably looking at 2 years. 2 years or 3 years to just break into the pen testing, into a pen testing role. Earning 6 figures is probably going to take another 2 or 3 years. So 5 years or 6 years? 5 years or 6 years. That's my estimation. Okay, so what are we doing? So method to solve. Do some Google dorking. Site equals whatever it is. This one. And this one is the second link. Okay, Cypher says one malicious file itself is named is perfectly safe to download, but. So the warning message would say this file is perfectly safe to download, but has been found to contain bad code. Download anyway. That's that's like making your password you're making your password or something, right? Okay, so do some Google dorking. There is a from the dorking we find this site. Okay, let's plug in that site. This one right here. Okay, is this the password? That's really funny. Okay, we find this site here, and on the source for that for the landing page, of that endpoint, we see a password, which we use to get the flag. Done. Okay. And I think that's all the time we have for this challenge. We'll move on to the last thing. Did I submit that? I did, right? No, I didn't. I guess I need to submit it. What do you mean, wrong flag? Hold on, did I just... Did I get the... Was I bamboozled? Did I get the wrong flag? Is this the password? They've tricked me. Hold on. HMD, that was really easy. So I guess this is not actually the flag. Hold on. There's only this here, though. 14. Copy paste error? Maybe. It still says wrong flag. I guess I didn't solve the challenge yet. I guess I haven't solved the challenge yet. That's okay. We'll move on to the next thing. We'll come back to this challenge later then. I can't believe they gave us a... They can't believe they gave us a fake flag. Okay, I have to OSINT. I want a database. Any help, please? What was the name of that tool again? Was it called like Maltigo? So try this. Okay, so the last thing we're going to be doing today, let me start up my music and then we can get going. So this is going to be, how about some Dungeon of the Endless? Yeah. Okay, so this is going to be the F user challenge. It's a very easy challenge from Vulnyx, so I'm not expecting to have to work super hard. If we finish this early, we can move on to another easy box, or maybe a more difficult one, who knows. Okay, so the Vulnyx website is a website where you can download virtual machines and then deploy them to your virtual machine network with a security distribution of Linux or Windows, I guess, if you really wanted to, and then do some hacking against it. So the point of the exercise is to get super user access, that is root access, on these machines. So let me go ahead and start up the virtual machine. And then we can get started. So the thing, we'll go this, because this is a very easy machine, and we'll probably finish it pretty quick, I'll try to go through the steps we go through to solve the machine very slowly. Okay? So the first thing we would typically want to do for each one of these challenges as the first step is to do an Nmap scan. An Nmap scan is going to let us know what ports and services are offered by a particular remote server. So in this case, the IP address for us is displayed on the machine. So you can't see the VM interface that I can, but it includes an IP address. So it tells us that this is the IP address, and we can start scanning against it. Is it a loud scan? Yeah, this is considered a loud scan. People, I mean, people who are logging can probably tell that we're doing this Nmap scan. We could do it stealthily, but in this case, there's no real reason to. Thank you very much for subscribing on YouTube. Gilherme Eshis, thank you. Okay, so we've got port 22, we've got port 80, and we've got port 631. And it says that it is offering cups. So cups is Common Unix Printer Service, I think, CUPS. So there might be some information there that we can go and get. We also have got a Apache server on port 80 that doesn't have a title. Save the output to a directory. I mean, generally, I like to just like redirect with the greater than sign, but Arcana Singh says, "I subscribed to you, bro. Can you give me your personal Telegram content or something?" Well, I mean, we've got a Discord. You can contact me on Discord if you like. So Discord, we also have a Reddit. Common Unix printing service. Yeah. So, I mean, we probably want to look there. We've got 3 services exposed. 22, 80, and 631. So we probably want to check out 80 first. So I just need to get the IP address. So the IP address is here. And then we'll just try to access the website directly. Oh, okay. So this is a default page. This doesn't look like the Apache default page. So this is a default page that was set up by the user. So the web server software is running, but no content has been added yet. I mean, that we probably want to do some fuzzing, some web fuzzing, to try to find some content on the web page. So we can probably do it from another tab over here. We'll try some GoBuster. And while we're running this scan, we need to choose what kind of file extensions we're looking for. We need to be careful not to go too crazy with the file extensions, because each file extension we add onto our fuzzing list is going to increase the amount of time that it takes to complete the scan by about 100%. PHP, TXT, HTML, zip, back, JSON, XML, RAR. I think this is a pretty good place to start. We got index.html and that's it so far. That's fine. Have you heard of NIRSoft? No. Can you tell me what that is? So this scan is going to take a while, so we can probably do some other stuff in the meantime. We've also got 361. I think Cups is accessible. Well, Cups 2.3. There might be a vulnerability associated with this. Let's do some research. Okay, Cups. Okay, well, we didn't find anything there. The other thing we could do is we could try directly accessing this by looking at port 631. Okay, so there's a whole interface, web interface we can look at here. Okay, NIRSoft website provides a unique collection of small and useful freeware utilities, all developed by NIRSoftware. I've never heard of this person before. I recommend you have a look. I hope you're not trying to redirect me to some malware page or something. Okay, so it's a standard open source printing system developed by Apple. And so there's an overview, there is options, there's a user forum. So we got jobs, we got printers. We can look through this entire interface to see if there's some, maybe there's some exposed data. Google it. I mean, I'm kind of in the middle of something right now. Okay, so we have a printer. Konica Minolta. So this is a brand. I remember that this brand does like cameras and stuff. Can we click on this? I guess we could put it in new. So search in printers, search clear. We also have jobs, raw local printer. Queue name. Page is moved. So what's going on here? The link you have followed is stale. The following are some common places people want to go. Oh, this goes to cups.org. Jeez. Okay. Victor86. What are you advertising here? Are you trying to advertise on my channel? How to hack NASA. How to hack NASA. You know what you can do to hack NASA? NASA probably has a bug bounty program that you can access to hack it. Vulnerability disclosure policy. Bugcrowd is the official channel to report vulnerabilities to. So what you can do is you can join NASA's bug bounty program on Bugcrowd. Okay, so just follow this link. Just recommending good stuff. I'd ask you to stop. Thank you. You can hack any site with Alt F4. True, true. I mean, if you want the website to go away. You hack NASA with bug bounty, not advertising your product. So give that a shot. Okay, llama videos. They love clicking on llama videos. That will be 1 Bitcoin. Thank you for the advice, Theo. Thank you. Okay, so Konica Minolta, maintenance administration. Maintenance. Show completed jobs, show all jobs. Jobs listed in print order. So show completed jobs? Nope. Show all jobs? No jobs. Great. So socket 127001 is port 631. I mean, this is localhost. Yeah. Can we? Test page sent. Description, printer info, printer location. Modify. So if we go directly to the printer's directory, what do we see? So there are no jobs here. Help. Classes. Administration. Okay. So maybe there's a configuration file we can look at. So edit configuration files. If this is exposed and it actually has configuration data in here, then that's really bad for them. Okay, configuration file for the cup scheduler. Great. So let's see if there's anything juicy in here. We're looking for passwords, we're looking for usernames. Okay. I don't see anything juicy so far. Unfortunate. Yeah, I don't see anything here. Or wait, can I edit the configuration file to trigger some sort of So this is a cups configuration file. Cups configuration file. Port 3631. Let's see if there's some sort of hack for this. Okay, allow for remote code execution by exploiting the cups browse service listening on UDP port 631. An attacker can send a malicious UDP packet. I'm not sure if this is what we're actually supposed to be looking at. Well, nice notes here. We'll come back to this if we don't find anything else. I found Proton VPN good. I mean, a lot of people use Proton VPN. I haven't used it too much myself. So administration, so add printer, edit the configuration file. Share printers connected to the system, allow printing from the internet. Use Kerberos authentication, allow users to cancel any job. Save debugging information for troubleshooting. Share printers. Okay, so this stuff is all here. We'll take a look at our fuzzing result. So we only have index.html and server status. I mean, I guess another thing we could do is we could take a look at the application specifically on port 631, and that'll give us different results. So 631. Okay, so we found a bunch of other stuff here. So admin.php. Wow, we're finding a lot of stuff. So administration.php, huh? Okay, this doesn't necessarily lead. Overview of cups, command line printing and options. Program manual, forum. Okay, so this forum is not here. So we don't. We got administrator.back zip rar txt. These all come back 200. Oh, we've got a robots.txt on here as well. That's funny. Okay, we should probably go and look at it. Robots.txt. This file tells search engines not to index your cup server, so user agent everything, disallow everything. Thank you very much for subscribing on YouTube. Javi Mansi, thank you. Thank you very much. So the robots.txt file doesn't tell us anything. So, I mean, there's a whole guide for hacking against cups on Hacktricks. Hacktricks.book or hacktricks.wiki. Let's take a look on there. Okay, and I think they might have something for 631. 631. Internet Printing Protocol. Okay, so they got an article here. You want to look at the same thing we're looking at, it is here. Thank you very much for subscribing on YouTube. Kaze here? I'm not too sure if that's how you pronounce that, but thank you very much for the subscription on YouTube. This is such a heavy website now. Okay, unfortunately exposing port 631 often leads to serious security issues, both on traditional office printers and on any Linux Unix host running cups. Okay, enumeration and recon. So there's an nmap script over here that we can use. So script cups. I guess we can rerun this. So just run it on this port. Okay, so this is an nmap script we can use. Chuck Norris, RIP. RIP Chuck Norris. He will be missed. Okay, so we'll run the cup script from nmap to see if it can find anything. So we got some information. So Konica Minolta printer, DNS-SD, name, C224 at fuser. Fuser. So the name of this challenge is called fuser. So that might be relevant. Local raw printer, status idle, 0 print jobs. I mean, we got some information, but I don't know if we can do anything with this. So we also see that IPP version 2.1. Do you think the writers of the movie The Matrix are very good hackers? I think they're very good movie makers. They're not necessarily good hackers. I mean, you don't need to be a very good hacker to write a book about hackers or to create a movie about hackers. Search exploit. Well, these are not the results I wanted. Okay. Oh, you know what I forgot to do? I forgot to set up my clock. Let's set up the clock. I think we've got about 2 hours we can spend on this. Let's give ourselves 115 minutes. Just a second. And thank you very much for the subscription on YouTube, Oscar De La Cruz. Thank you. Okay, so we'll go back and we'll see how else we can enumerate this thing. IPP utilities from cups. IPP find is... what does it give you? So it lists out the printers. So Shodan, recent vulnerabilities. Lexmark printers. Oh, you know what? Maybe we should pay attention to the type of printer that's involved as well. So we're told that this one is like a Konica Minolta printer. That might be relevant. So C224, Konica Minolta. We'll see if there's some sort of vulnerability associated with this. So this is... so this information here. I guess another thing we could do is we could probably start making like a little... what is the word? Nano... whoops. Oh man. Shouldn't have done that. We'll make a directory for this. We'll call it fuser challenge. Okay. The one time I forgot to check, I forget the clock. I mean, we set up the clock now. I've used Packet Tracer before and how to connect networks. I mean, that's more of a network administrator kind of thing. I wouldn't say that my computer networking skills are super strong. I do know enough to understand how network addressing works in like IP addresses. What are we doing here? Oh, we're going to do some notes. So nano notes.txt. Okay, so the name of the printer is C2224. C224. Okay, and we can copy this and we can try to figure out if there's some specific vulnerability for this. The Konica Minolta BizHub C224 is affected by several security vulnerabilities, including critical risks related to LDAP and SOAP message handling and web connection. Okay, I wonder if we would have gotten the same result if we used like search exploit. So if we just search this, no. Okay. Konica Minolta BizHub C224 firmware. Konica Minolta password extractor. Password extractor. This module will extract FTP and SMB account usernames and passwords from Konica Minolta multifunction printer devices. Interesting. Okay, so Konica Minolta, we probably want to look up something If there's like a tool that we can use on like GitHub, that would be nice. Conic Minolta PWD extract RB. Okay, so this Ruby, huh? This is probably the same thing we see over here. So this is Rapid 7, and Rapid 7 does... Okay, I don't think the magazine 2600 is very good. Better to read Reddit links and Cisco tutorials. I mean, a lot of people don't read magazines anymore, but 2600 is like a classic hacker magazine. Cult of the Dead Cow, nice. Wait, was this done by the Cult of the Dead Cow people? I don't know who. I don't know their names. Okay, so if this is on Rapid 7, then it's probably, yeah, this is a Metasploit one. Okay, let's use some Metasploit. The forbidden platform. Okay, and then we'll do MSF console. Rapid 7 is the commercial branch of the cult. The commercial branch of the cult. I mean, Rapid 7 is also the... Rapid 7 is also associated with... what is it called? What is the name of the company that makes Metasploit? No, Rapid 7 makes Metasploit, right? And they also maintain like ExploitDB. Yeah. So let's search for this thing. Konica. Search Konica Minolta. Oh, I mean, we could probably see use auxiliary gather Konica Minolta password extract. So let's just copy that. Okay, and then options. So let's see, the default admin password. I mean, I don't know what that is. Let's see. So our port, the target port, TCP. I should probably take a closer look at what the module is actually doing. This module will extract FTP and SMB account usernames and passwords from Konica Minolta multifunction printers. Tested models include C224, which is what we're looking at. Hi, what are you doing? Is this a CTF? Yeah. This is like a CTF box. You download it and you deploy it, and we got the virtual machine from over here. If you want to take a look at yourself. Okay, I think I'm still fuzzing on this end. Yeah, I'm still fuzzing. Okay. I'm gonna turn this off. Because this is basically returning everything to 200. Okay, so what are we doing here? View the full module with the infod command. User admin. The timeout for the printer probe. The target port. The target port. Remote port 5001. I mean, we're not dealing with 5001. So we're probably going to have to change this to something else. So our hosts, the target host, we just need to set our host to this IP address. And we're not going to be... So it's a TCP port 5001. This port isn't being used. I should probably fuzz this one more time, just to make sure. that I didn't miss any ports. Okay, so let's scan all the ports. And let's scan it a little bit slower, just to make sure that we get everything. We'll call this nmap2. Because the only port we found on this box was port 2280 and 631. Yeah, there are no other ports. I mean, we would probably want to communicate over 631 in this case. Set our port 631, and then just run the thing. Okay, attempting to extract username and password. No auth key returned, possible authentication failed, or an unsupported Konica model. So I guess it didn't work. But we do see like a default password for the admin console. If we can find like a login for the admin console, that'd be nice. Okay, let's go back. Configuration file for the cup scheduler. So cups 2.3.3 OP2. Every time I see like a specific version number, I want to research that. Okay, nothing shows up here. Nope. Cups.org, admin classes. So administration is here. Classes, search in classes, search for everything, nothing appears, test. Help, jobs, printers. We know this printer exists. We know the version number. Sorry, not the version number, the model number of the printer. Okay. (631). Maybe there's another script out there that we haven't found. So this is Metasploit framework. This is a GitHub advisory. I expected this to be much easier than what we're currently looking at, because this is supposed to be like a low challenge machine. But you know what? Sometimes there's something super obvious that you can't see. There's port 80, there's port 631. Maybe there's something on port 80 that I'm missing. Robots.txt, we took a look at that. We'll take a closer look at the application on port 80. Maybe we'll run some Dirbuster. Sometimes the presence of... Yeah, let's just run some GoBuster on it. Sorry, some Dirbuster. Hello, Bashir. How's it going? Okay, so let's just get that IP address. Here we go. Another thing we could do after this is, so okay, we only have index and server status. We'll also do some GoBuster. No, Nikto. I haven't used Nikto in such a long time. Check the source code. Control F to look for admin. Yeah, I mean, there's nothing on the landing page though. Try FerrixBuster. I mean, FerrixBuster is only good. FerrixBuster excels if we need to take a look at recursive directory searching, but we didn't find any directories in the first place. Okay, YT says no one cares. Wait, what are we talking about? So well, we've got an Apache server. Sometimes the Apache server version is vulnerable. Is this guy angry? I don't know. Close the live stream. YTSG, what are you talking about? I want to give you an opportunity to explain what you're talking about. Okay, Victor86 says, is C# worth learning over? What? Close the new... What? Oh, okay. You're talking about New Year, right? New Year, it's like the... Is it the Muslim New Year? Is that what we're talking about? Okay, so I don't think we found anything super good with Nikto in this case. I mean, not everybody celebrates the same New Year. If you celebrate the New Year right now, then that's great, and I hope you have a happy New Year. But I'm not celebrating the New Year, so I don't need to get some rest. Thank you, J Money. Thank you. Okay. Oh, it's not the New Year yet. I mean, I'm not really keeping track. Happy Ramadan, everybody, if you're celebrating Ramadan. I think what we really need to do is we need to find some way to get this Konica Minolta exploit working. Sherry asks, why did you give me a timeout? Sherry, what are you talking about? I don't think I timed you out, unless you were using another account. Oh, was there some spamming earlier? I didn't know. I mean, there are different New Years for different parts of the world. Oh, thanks for the subscription, Sherry. Thank you very much. Okay, it's Skyron Brook. Hello, nice to see you here. It's the year of the Fire Horse. Yeah. For some people, it's the year of the Fire Horse. Okay, so let's do a more extensive search. So Konica Minolta C224. We'll see if we can find something that works here. Oh, Eid Mubarak. Well, I mean, happy Eid, if you're celebrating Eid. Okay, multiple vulnerabilities in Konica Minolta, multifunction, something. Oh, I mean, I'm not too sure. I'm not too sure. I'm not Muslim, so I don't know how to greet people. Okay, so Metasploit stuff. I mean, I guess they explained it over here. So I think either we're using the wrong remote port. Oh, thank you very much, Sherry. I guess we could keep on hammering away on the Metasploit thing. It didn't work. Attempting to extract username and password from the host. No auth key return. Possible authentication failed or unsupported model. The thing about the settings for this is that it's looking for a TCP port. So sometimes, very rarely, we take a look at UDP ports. Goat is the most eaten meat in the world. The most eaten meat in the world. I mean, I don't know if that's true. I mean, it might be true in some parts of the world. Best man on YouTube. Thank you very much, Ahmed. Thank you. So our port 5001, SSL false. User admin. Password. Threads, timeout. Our host, our port. Password. Check the banner for 631. I mean, we're looking at 631, and 631 we already know that it's the cups, the cup service, so internet printer service. So are we still doing fuzzing? No. I think what we need to do, we might need to look at some larger word lists. Okay, J Money says, by production volume, pork is the most consumed meat globally, followed by poultry and beef. So let's see. We run GoBuster. Normally on these kind of challenges, it wouldn't be this hard to identify. There's got to be something super simple that I'm missing here. FFUF is good. I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to take an L. So I'm going to take an L. I'm going to see what exactly is the way to progress, because there's no real hint system on here. You can look at a write-up, and I'm really going nowhere. I think I've been spinning my wheels for like 20 or 30 minutes. So what we're going to do is we're going to take a look at the write-up until we get unstuck, and then after we get unstuck, we'll stop looking at the write-up. Okay, so TCP, right? Shell 80. Sorry, what do you mean shell LP 80? Directory brute force. Okay. All right, we find the cups service over here. Huh. They're using something called evil cups. Evil. I tried looking for the vulnerability for cups 2.3.3. Cups 2.3.3 OP1. So this is enumeration, the version 2.3 of cups. There's an IPsec. There's an IPsec exploit, really? Wow, I didn't know that IPsec published exploits. That's really funny. Evilcups.py. Okay, so let's see. Based off of EvilSocket's exploit script, a few changes to make it more reliable. IPsec OG exploit, love it. If anybody doesn't know, IPSec is a cybersecurity content creator. I mean, we were talking about famous content creators for cybersecurity. People like John Ammond. IPSec is another really big one. IPSec mostly does hack the box content, but his channel is really, really well known. So wait, did I have to... So what I want to understand is how you would do this naturally. So I guess what you would do... We searched for this though. We searched for cups 2.3 in SearchPoint. I guess what we needed to do was we need to search for this in Google or something. So like cups 2.3 exploit. And maybe we could add on like GitHub to this. Cups vulnerability exploit. Is this the same thing? Is this the same like... Is this the same CVE? Cups 2. This is not the same thing. Maybe your database is out of date. I hold IPSec in the higher level than John. I mean, IPSec is all about the technical hack inside. IPSec does a lot of boxes. He does a lot of boxes. So, I mean, how many videos does he have? Is there an easy way to count the number of videos on a YouTube channel? Hold on, let me look this up real quick. How to get YouTube channel video count? It's on the page? Oh yeah, okay. It says here. I should start using my eyes. Thank you. So 528 videos. So these are mostly hack the box walkthroughs, and that's a lot of walkthroughs. That's a lot of walkthroughs. Anyways, like I said, it's a big channel, and if you're interested in doing like hack the box stuff specifically, it's a very good channel. But the funny thing is that, okay, so remote command execution RCE in Unix system via cups. So we're looking for 2.3. It doesn't say anything about 2.3. So less than or equal to 2. Yeah, so I don't know if this is the same one. I mean, the one that the one that's referenced here is definitely the right one because it's from the write-up. But this doesn't say anything about what version of cups is being used. Just found the channel, love it, thank you very much. Jay Yen, thank you. What was the CVE on the write-up? That's a good question. Let me close out some of these tabs I'm not using because I've got a lot of tabs open. And having a lot of tabs open is a bit annoying. Okay, so let's see. Cups 2.3. So it says 2.3. This is CVE 2024. Oh, this is a recent one. Well, relatively recent, like 2 years. So 2024, 47 something something. $2024. No, it was referenced over here. 2024 47,176. So it's like the same one, right? Yeah, it's the same one as the one over here. Yeah, it is. Okay. It's 2026, 2024 is not all recent. Open all the tabs. Hold on. Let me just get rid of some of this stuff. So let's see. Cups 2.3, exploit, GitHub. So we find... So this is what we would have found if we were looking for that. The thing is that it doesn't really talk about what versions of cups are affected. I don't know if I'd be able to find this normally. But let's give this a try. So this is what I would have found normally. I wouldn't have found ipsex. Ips server? Is this actually like a fork or something? What's going on? Okay, so what I would have done is I would have cloned the repo here and then like made my own. Let's see, git clone this thing. Okay, cups vulnerability. And then I would have taken a look at the script, right? So exploit.py. So what we want to do is create and start the IPP server. The IPP server. So we need a server to host some stuff. And I guess what we need to do is localhost target host. Localhost target host. So usage, so run the script with localhost and target host. All right. So our localhost IP is this. Run the script. Localhost is here. Target host is this IP address. Okay, so it says sending UDP packet to this address. So it knows to send it on port 631, which is good. The other thing that that we can do here is that if this script doesn't work, we know that there's a script that does work because it's a script that's referenced in the write-up. So the other thing we need to know is what does this script expect us to do? I guess we can take a look at the GitHub repo. Understanding the vulnerability. Okay, so remote command execution, these two lines. Echo 1 into temp pwned. Echo 1 into temp pwned. I mean, how would we access this though? Tell the cup system to execute the fumatic rip filter binary, where a print job is sent to this printer. So can we access this from the console? Printers, Kahneman Alta, show all jobs. Oh, okay. So it looks like we were able to do something. Okay, because we were able to send this job over, so we might be able to just send over something else. So let's go back. Let's take a look at the script, and what we need to do is we need to adjust the adjust the command equals something. So I mean, if the command is whatever we want it to be over here, we can just send like a reverse shell binary, and then we can get direct access to the machine. So we replace the command here with something like wget into temp rev.elf, or that was the out file. I keep on forgetting what the syntax is for wget if you want to do an out file. Wget out file syntax. So let's see, uppercase O. So uppercase O, file name, and then the URL. So write it to temp elf and get it from our attacker server. Okay, do you use an AV suite? Do you use an AV suite? I mean, most of the time, just Windows Defender is enough to keep yourself safe from viruses, especially if you're not visiting weird websites. But you can use another antivirus on top of that if you like. The stream is soothing. Well, thank you very much, Hexminty. Thank you. Okay, so we'll run the Venom. And the lhost. Oh, I need to figure out what the lhost is first. So the listening host is going to be this. I think we're on the ETH0. So the ETH0 interface, this is our IP address. Meta jokes. Weird websites like Twitch or something. Yeah, something just like that. Emit, hello, nice to see you here. How long have you been streaming? You mean how long today or how long overall? If it's today, then I've been streaming for 5 hours and 20 minutes. If you're asking about overall, then it's like 2 years. I can't even keep track of time. I'm back, can't sleep. Huntingbird, hello, nice to see you here. What is up? Just woke up. Awesome. Alright, so it's HTTP, our IP address, the rev.elf. This is what we're downloading. So the only other part of this is that we need to actually host the thing. So I'm going to open up a HTTP server on port 80 so that we can host our reverse shell binary. Okay, the command you ran earlier used ton0 IP and not ETH. Did it? Did it really? That doesn't sound right. Hold on. All right, everybody, gotta play some new music. We'll be back in, how about some of this? I love the music from this game. It's called Independence War 2. It was a great little space game back in the day. Okay, so let me check which IP address I used for this thing. Huh. It does look like I used the ton0 interface. I mean, I didn't mean to. Thank you very much for following on Twitch. Is it Daniel? Thank you very much. Okay, why can't hackers stop wars? Why can't hackers stop wars? I mean, you might be overestimating the power of what people can do with just devices. Yeah, it's good music. Okay, so let's see if the payload works. I mean, the other thing we need to do is we need to set up like a netcat listener. Netcat, no. RL wrap around netcat. Local services is hosting our file over here. And then we just need to run the exploit script. Okay, so it looks like it didn't really do anything. Hold on. Show all jobs. We've got one over here. Okay, and did it... Doesn't look like it ran anything. Okay, I want to root my tablet. Any suggestions, please? Newton Breaker, hello, nice to see you here. What is up? What kind of tablet are you talking about? Okay, so... malicious IPP server running on 12345, okay, sending UDP packet. I mean, maybe I'm using the wrong IP address. Hold on. We got an IP address. Let's use the other IP address then. The one for ETH0. Okay, target connected, sending payload. Okay, so did it work? We didn't send any, we didn't get the thing to run. Huh. So maybe it didn't work. Hold on. Reload. Show all jobs. Anonymous user completed at this time. Show active jobs. Show all jobs. Reprint job? I don't know if that does anything. You must access this page using potential security risk ahead. So advanced, accept the risk and continue. Okay, completed jobs. Okay. Okay, Samsung S7. Samsung S7 tablet. You want to root that tablet? I mean, what are you trying to do with the tablet though? Okay, so it doesn't look like the thing worked. Let's take a look at. So we got our command that we're running over here. So it's supposed to be wget output temp rev.elf and then save it to temp rev.elf. Oh, you know what? This is silly. It's so silly. Well, okay. We didn't actually get a connection. So maybe we can try doing like curl instead of wget, because it's not guaranteed that there's wget on the system. Henningbird says interesting machine. It's been an interesting time. Okay, so let's see if we got any response. No? You know what we should do? We should probably just use the script from the write-up then. So this is Evil Cups from IPSec, our favorite content creator. And is this just a Python script? It's just a Python script, so there's no dependencies or anything to worry about. That's good. I'll clone this anyways. Let's get out of here. We'll clone this repository. We know this one works. And let's run the script to see what it expects from us. So no module named IPP server. Oh, okay. So we need to install some custom Python modules. All right, that's fine. I just need to start up a Python virtual environment first. Okay, you're not going to get connection yet. You need to chmod plus x and run it. Maybe try ping your IP in TCP dump ICMP. I mean, we weren't able to get the the machine to access our web server. So I mean that's step one. Step one is to get the thing to interact with our web server. So I think so to get this module running, or to get the script running, we need to import some modules. So let me go ahead and do that. So Python venv my-env, then virtual env my-env, and then source my-env bin activate. Okay, and now we've got our virtual environment, and then we can install stuff like the IPP, what was it called? No module named IPP server. So pip install IPP server. Okay, and the other thing we should look at is the requirements.txt file. It only requires IPP server, so we can probably run the script now. Okay, so evilcups.py localhost target host command. So this one is much more straightforward. So we need to get the local host and the target host. So our local host is here. The target host is here. And then the command, I mean, who am I? Sure. Sending UDP packet. Please wait, this normally takes 30 seconds. 30 seconds, that's kind of a long time to wait to receive stuff from your target. But sure, let's wait 10 seconds. Okay, sick of the mind, what's up, man? What is up? We're doing this box from Vulnyx. It's called fuser. Stepped away, had to get my workout in. Hope you had a good workout. Target connected, sending payload. I mean, we sent the payload. I guess what we can do is we can craft another... We can craft a better payload. So what do we want the payload to do? Let's think about this. Probably to download our thing. We get our rev.elf file over here. So we want to do all the things, right? Our IP address is here. We want to run wget and output to temp rev.elf. We want to contact HTTP our attacker server, rev.elf, and then that's one command. So we're going to do $ampersand chmod plus x temp rev.elf $ampersand and then run temp.rev.elf. So it's kind of a long command, but it gets all this stuff done, and hopefully we get reverse shell out of this. Laptop is too hot. Oh. Are you in a ventilated area? Okay, so this didn't work. Can you try listening with netcat on that port just in case? Which port are we talking about? Okay, let's just put this between some single quotes. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. You want to... You want to listen... Wait, let me read this one more time. Kukanasa says, can you try listening with netcat on that port? I mean, if we listen on that port, then the Python script can't use it. So that's not gonna not gonna work. Yeah, if we run netcat, then the Python script can't use this port, and then the script is not gonna work. Okay, so let's take a look. So localhost services. Oh, you know what we forgot to do? We forgot to set up our port again. So of course it's not going to work. All right. So if the commands actually run, then we'll see like a call out to our server here. You stop the simple server. Yeah, that was the problem. Well, I mean, that might be one of the problems. Okay, it normally takes 30 seconds. So the other thing, if we absolutely can't get this to work, we can look at the write-up and see the exact syntax that they used in it. Let's go back to the printer page, and maybe we can start fiddling around with that. Show all the jobs. Reprint. This site is asking you to sign in. Oh, that's weird. We didn't see this before. So it's like admin, and the password is like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. So Konica Minolta. At this point, reboot the target machine because this is getting frustrating. I mean, I don't necessarily think we need to do that, but I'll take a look at what's happening in the write-up, right? Okay, so they use the script. So their attacker IP and then the victim IP, and they just run like a simple netcat, like a netcat command. So netcat command. Ah, you need to do something else. Okay. There are additional steps to this. I didn't know. So the last one is. Huh, that's weird. It's weird that the name of the printer is that. Okay, let's go back. Cancel this. Unauthorized. So jobs, printers. So they're looking at this one here. Okay, so there's a new one. In Espanol, of course. Death Party, hello, nice to see you here. What is up? And Young Bamboozler. Rukmanit which laptop is best for learning hacking? Under $50,000. Under $50,000? I mean, I'm not very good at recommending laptops to people. But if anybody has some suggestions for laptops, I'm not very good at hardware stuff in general. So do we just click on it? Click. And then what do we need to do here? Show all jobs. There are no jobs here. Are we supposed to do something special to this? Okay, a working one that runs a proper OS. Basic gamer Intel computer works. Yeah, and what denomination? Let's see. $600. $600 is more more reasonable, yeah. Okay, so here's where we need to, so these printers are here, right? And then go over to the page and print a page. So print a page. So administration section, and then management, and then print a page, right? Print test page. So print test page. This didn't seem to do anything. Target connected, sending payload. So we send the payload. So we don't see any call out here. I think what we need to do is we just need to change, maybe we just need to change our payload, because the payload is kind of complex. So let's see. Stop filter failed. Filter failed. Reprint job. Oh, we need to specific access for this. I'm install Ubuntu. I'm installing Ubuntu. I can't handle Arch. Are you having problems with Arch? Vuln on Ubuntu recently found. Okay, so let's just take a look here. So they print a test page, and then they get a shell. They print a test page and then they get a shell. All right, let's run the exact payload that they did. So it's just like a netcat-e. I mean, that's funny because netcat-e is usually not really something you see on a lot of systems. Whoops. Okay, let's go back. We'll reset the payload. Root privesc using snap container. We haven't even got there yet. Okay, so it's not going to be this IP address. It's going to be this one. Oh, okay. Okay, on Ubuntu machine 2.4.0 to 24.04. Okay, so this part is here. Then we need to... We've got our netcat listener over here. We don't need this Metasploit stuff. All those OpenClaw instances running Ubuntu, just crawling around, no security. Which room are you doing on THM? We're not currently doing a THM room. We're doing a machine from Vulnyx over here. Okay, let's go back. So we'll try taking a look at the printers again. So printers, this one, and then print a test page. Okay, so let's take a look if it ran any code. So still waiting here. So sending UDP packet to this IP address. Okay, so let's see, pending. So this is pending. Let's see. Click on it. Can we... Okay, let's... Okay. So we go here. Imprimir Pagina de Prueba? Pagina de Prueba. I mean, this looks like test page. Print a test page. They do that. And then they get the connection. let's run that thing again. Maintenance, print test page. Okay, we send it. We'll cancel this job. Enter your username and password or the root username and password to access this page. So do we need to... What does hold job even do? we can't do it because we don't have the password. There's got to be something I'm missing here. So all this stuff here is asking us to use access with the username and password. Kanaka Minolta, the jobs are pending because the first one hang, I guess? Maybe. We can't even cancel the job unless we have got username and password. How about Kanaka Minolta printer default password? Have you tried admin 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8 before? Maybe it's case sensitive. Okay, so 8-digit password. Copy it. I mean, we'll try admin with the capital letters, with the capital A, and then with not a capital A. Cancel job. So admin, this. Okay, so it's not... It's not this. So password, alternative password. Alternative password is all zeros. Default username, web connection is admin. I mean, that's not what was... That's not what they taught us over here, though. They said that all you need to do is you need to click on the printer and then print the test page, and you should get the connection. But that's not happening. I think I might have to. I'll restart the machine. We'll see if that helps any. Reset the virtual printer. I'm gonna reset the box. Okay, and then we'll do the process again. What is that? Obtengo shell como usuario IP? That's this is just what comes back from... Wait, what are you referring to? Okay, so the machine is reset now. And let's try accessing it again. Okay, we'll take a look at the printers. So this persists. So I mean, it doesn't look like we can cancel these things. Reprint job. Doesn't let us log in. Restart the listener and the printer and try again. Hello, I don't know how to pronounce your name. So I guess, okay, so the last thing we can do is I can actually just reinstall the box. I can just reinstall the machine. So let me power off the machine, let me delete the machine, and then I'll completely reset the box. Thank you very much for subscribing, JTC. Much appreciated. Okay, so we'll remove the machine, delete all the files, and then we'll re-import the machine. So it should take me a couple of minutes to reinstall the machine. Just a second, everybody. This is from Vulnyx. I guess in the meantime we can take a look at some birds. Let's see. How about these birds? All right. So I'm just working in the background, but enjoy the birds while I reinstall the machine. Should be an easy box. That was what was advertised. I'm just going in and changing my virtual machine settings right now. I'm an admin. Where are you an admin? Oh, you're banning me for hacking. Okay. Thank you very much, Promax Gammer, Programmex Ammer, Rich. Hello. And thank you very much for subscribing, Hurricane Dan. Much appreciated. I'm copying this username and banning you on Roblox. That's, I hope you have fun with that, because I don't play Roblox. For 2 days. Exactly 2 days. Okay. I'm finished resetting the box. Let's try again. So the IP address has changed, but everything should be the same. So we'll run the script on port 33 this time. We still have our listener over here, remote access. Yeah, that's still listening. So we'll run the script. So we're connected. Target connected, sending payload. So we'll access the box on the new IP address. So 33. Potential security risk ahead, advanced. Accept risk and continue. Okay, so let's take a look at the printers. So we got the same thing here from Hacked. Okay, and what they tell us is that we should... What is wrong with these people? Watch out, he's a gamer? He's a gammer? I'm not too sure. We'll do the print test page. Okay, so it should have executed. Target connected sending payload, target connected sending payload, and we take a look at our... We received our connection, okay. So who am I? We are LP. Alright, so I guess we can call in Mr. Scary Hacker Voice Man to talk about how we got into this box. Eventually. So this was... this was interesting, because I don't interact with like printer stuff very often. Anyways, set the voice. Okay, let's call in Mr. Scary Hacker Voice Man. Here we go.
Hey there, everybody. It's me, Scary Hacker Voice Man. Scary Hacker Voice Man comes out every time we break into a server, and we just broke into this one. Well, Mr. F-User Administrator, it seems like you enjoy deploying cup services on... You enjoy deploying vulnerable cup services. Well, that is a big mistake. We were able to identify the cup's version that was being used, and then we found an exploit that you hadn't patched. Maybe you knew about the security flaws in your system, Or maybe you decided to accept the risk. Well, you accepted the risk. Ha 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 ha. And now we're in.
Okay, SysOS says printers are generally best avoided. I still need to update my printer setup because Canon is a pain. What do you know of Huawei? Huawei is a major, what is it called? Networking device manufacturer based in China. They make a lot of stuff. That's what I know about Huawei. Okay, so we're the LP user now. Typically, what we like to do is we like to identify what version of Python is being used on the system so we can upgrade our shell a little bit. Chinese networking supplier, sounds about right. So if we can identify the version of Python being used, we can import a pseudo terminal to upgrade our shell and get a little bit more functionality out of this. So we're the LP user. So the LP user, I'm not too sure what privileges they have. There's no sudo command on this system. That's pretty unusual, but I guess that's okay. So what about our environment variables? Thank you very much for following on Twitch, Vulgo Neverlog. Thank you very much. So printer location, character set. So the other thing we could do is we could take a look at what's in the optional directory or the op directory. There's nothing in here. How about the home directory? So in the home directory, there's a toner user, toner, cd. So we don't really have a home directory because we're probably some sort of service user. There's a toner user though. That's kind of funny. Can we enter their directory? So home toner. Permission denied. Okay, so we can't access their directory. What other users might be on the system? Well, I mean, there are probably not any other users on the system. Toner, colored, we got kicked out. We got kicked out of the system. Okay. LP equals line printer. Okay. So we got kicked out. We need to run the exploit again. So let's reload the page. Pending since this. Huh. All right. So I wonder if we can use our previous payload. So the previous payload was a lot longer, but it might give us a better shell. You need to do persistence. Yeah. Anyways, let me turn on some new music. What do we got? Now we could do Baba Is You. Here you go. It's a fun game. Privesc. Yeah, we're trying to do Privesc after we get our connection back. Okay, so we'll run the same thing again. And we don't need our access to TryHackMe anymore. Okay, so we got port. We have our listener again. Are you using Kali Linux? Yes, we're using Kali Linux right now. Is Fedora better? Is Fedora better than Kali Linux? I mean, at doing what? If it's doing security stuff, you probably want to use Kali Linux because it's got all the tools. Okay, which lab is this? Samwise, hello, nice to see you here. We're currently doing this lab. Which OS should I try? What are you using currently? Okay, so the printer's here. So we got we have a bunch of test pages. Does it run the payload every time? I guess we need to print another test page. Okay, and then check. Nope, no connection so far. So I guess we need to... It's pending and not processing. Hold on, let's go back. So test page, test page, test page, test page, pending. So they're all... Oh man, am I going to have to reset the box again? That would be a big pain in the butt. Okay. Time to reinstall the machine, I guess. Well, I mean, I'd prefer not to. Okay, so these are all pending. I can't really do anything to move these. Well, can I? So we sent the UDP packet, but we didn't receive any response. JMoney says you can get a USB flash drive and you can make any version of Linux bootable from the flash drive and just try a few distros out. I mean, if you use virtual machines, it's pretty easy to test drive virtual machines with your distribution of Linux and on it, and it's not they're pretty easy to get rid of afterwards. Yeah, so I'm not getting any response over here. Alright, time to reset the thing and try again. It's time to... it's time to watch the birds. Okay, so enjoy this bird. I'm just going to kill the virtual machine and try again. But you guys are so lucky you get to watch the bird videos. Okay, the first time you printed the page after reinstalling, it said processing and not pending. Hey, Anime Haven, hello. I'm new here. Am I welcomed? Yeah, why not? Why would we not welcome you? Okay, just gotta configure the virtual machine. We'll be back in just a second. So the thing about these woodpeckers is that the woodpeckers, they'll come and they will eat at the bird feeder for a long time, and while the woodpeckers are here, the other birds can't get to the feeder because it scares all the other ones away. You need to make a new connection. Maybe uploading the ELF binary as a rev shell. I think that's probably the way we want to do it. Victor86, is there anything you want to learn? I'd like to learn everything, but it's not really a practical thing. Okay, so we're gonna put the birds away, and then we're going to try to get a secondary connection after we get our first connection. So this is what we're gonna do. We've got port 443 here. We'll do another connection on port 53. Hold on. I don't think I need this anymore. Right now in your cybersecurity major, I mean, I'm not in school, but my focus is on cybersecurity, yeah. Okay, so this time it's going to be 3, 4. And let's do listening port 53. So we need to make a secondary connection right after we make the first one, so that we can keep our connection if the first one goes down. So we're going to listen on port 53. Well, we can listen on both ports. We'll have one listening on port 443, and the other one will be listening on port 53. So netcat listener 1, and this is going to be netcat listener 2. Okay, actually I guess we should specify the ports maybe. Netcat 443, and this is netcat 53. Okay, so we're listening on port 443. We'll listen on 53 over here. Okay, and then we'll run our exploits. So we've got localhost services that are running over here. I guess the other thing we need to do is we need to set up our command, the command that we're going to run after we get our connection. So the command we really want to run is this one over here, so the wget command. So I'll just save this in another window so that we can paste it in afterwards. So what we want to do is we want to use wget to download a file from our attacker machine and then make it executable and then run the command. So this will give us our connection on port 443. The command we're going to run on this server is going to be on port 53. And I think we're dealing with server 34. Okay, advanced, accept risk and continue. And alright, so I think we're ready to go again. So we'll run the command here. You need to run the elf binary in the background, in my opinion. So you mean run temp rev elf? Oh yeah. We should probably run this in the background, like this, so that we still have access to our terminal. Yeah, you're right, Hanky Lodwig. You're right. Okay, so we've got the server running over here. We've got our target connected. Sending payload. 53 over here, and we need to go and look at the printers and then print the test page. Maintenance, print test page. Processing. So it says it's processing. So we got our connection here. So now that we've got our connection, we've got to quickly run this command to make our secondary connection from netcat 53. Okay, we run that command and we got our secondary connection on port 443. We also see that on our localhost, we got a connection from the server downloading our rev.elf file. So thank you very much for following on Twitch. Nasib, thank you. Okay, so who are we here? I mean, we're still the LP user. Hopefully, hopefully the connection is strong. So Python 3, I import PTY. So we're just going to stabilize our shell. import pty.spawn bin bash. Okay, so now we're connected, and home toner. We can't access home toner. Cat etc. password. So there's just the toner user here. So because this is supposed to be an easy machine, there's probably some sort of like SUID binary. Try shadow. Can't access shadow. Run linpeas. Yeah, I mean, we could run linpeas, but I'm just going to try some low-hanging fruit first. So there's no sudo command. So if we type which sudo, there's no sudo. So we can find in the entire file system perms 4000. Redirect to dev null. Wait, is it not perms 4000? I forget, I haven't done it in a while. Let's see. So it's like SUID binary find command Linux. Find perm 4000. Find type F perm minus 4000? Minus 4000. Oh, okay. So it's minus 4000. Let's try that again. It's perm 4000, right? Like this? No, it's perm minus 4000? Ah, okay. So we got bin dash. Bin dash, this is a shell. This is a shell program. Perm not perms. Yeah, that's a typo. So when if you're on Twitch, you can use this emote, the shy31 typo. And this is what we spam when we have typos on the screen. So bin dash. So this one's unusual. So the other thing about LLMs, which is really nice, is that they're very good at parsing these kind of lists, right? So we can go over to here, and we can ask a question like, are there any unusual SUID binaries in this list? Okay, and then give it the list. Okay, buenos noches. Hello, nice to see you here. ls user bin dash. Okay. Nothing in the list looks out of place for a typical modern Linux distro. They're all standard SUID root helpers that you'd expect to find. Okay, the only mildly interesting one from an attack surface perspective is user bin dash. If it's actually SUID, bin dash is normally just a system shell, not SUID. But on many systems, bin sh is dash, and it's specifically coded to drop privileges, which blunts the impact. Okay? So I mean, is there like a GTFO bins? So for dash shell, for, let's see, shell with SUID. This function is performed by an underprivileged user, so I mean, it's like dash p. Yeah, I mean, could it be that easy? Uh-oh, we lost our connection. Did we lose we lost our connection on both of them at the same time. This is really crappy. Okay, so you know what we need to do? We need to set up some real persistence on this box, because the connection's really bad. So what could we do? we could set up a script. Okay, I'm gonna try one more time to see if we can reestablish our shells, because otherwise we're gonna have to reset the box again. Okay, target connected, sending payload. We see this stuff. That's such a pain in the butt. Okay, and then yeah, everything is pending now. Okay. I guess what we need to do is we need to establish some sort of persistence. I'm pretty sure the web server is running. I'm pretty sure the web server is running Apache or like PHP. So if we establish a persistence really well, if we make a connection. Easy machine, huh? Well, guess what? We'll disconnect you every 5 minutes, and you can't reconnect unless you reinstall the machine. I mean, I guess sometimes we gotta move around the difficulties. So I guess what we can do is we can create a little. You gotta roll with the punches sometimes. So what we're gonna do is we're gonna create a like a web shell that we can use to reestablish our connection every time we get booted out. So we can probably get the payload from revshells.com. That's because the printer jobs have a timeout. That's such a pain in the butt. Okay, so let's just get a PHP web shell, something like this, and then we'll write it out to webshell.php. Okay, and then as soon as we get on the server, we'll upload the web shell to the web root, and then we'll be able to run our web shell when we get disconnected. It is really annoying that we have to set it up this way, but sometimes that's just the way the cookie crumbles. We got about 20 minutes to get this working. I'm reinstalling the machine for the 3rd time. But you know what? Hey, why don't we give you guys a special treat? How about some woodpecker fledglings? Here you go. Please excuse me while I reinstall the machine. This music's kind of scary, huh? Okay, I'm going in to change the networking settings on the virtual machine. And I'm starting the virtual machine again. These guys really are cute, though. Okay, so we'll go immediately for the persistence after we're done. Okay. So this is on the 35 endpoint now. Okay, so it's the same thing, but we're reaching out to 35. Let me grab... So this is on port 3631. Okay. Incoming Slyborg. Did she stream today? I guess she just stopped streaming. Okay, printers. Okay, run. So Netcat is listening on 2 different ports. We got our local hosts over here. So before we run our malicious command, what we need to do is we need to set up our other command. So the other command is going to be to upload the malicious, what is it called? PHP file. And thank you very much for subscribing on YouTube at JMoney. Much appreciated, thank you. So we've got our webshell.php file that we also need to upload. So the command is going to be wget output to var www.html / webshell.php, and we're going to grab it from our IP address. Thank you very much. Wow, Slyborg, you had a very busy stream today. Welcome in, writers, and welcome to the stream. To everybody who doesn't know, Hack the Vim, of course. Joel, that's great. Hi, Slyborg, Hack the Planet. Everybody, Hack the Planet. Redeem, Hack the Planet.
Hack the planet! Hack the planet!
Is that a frog at the keyboard? Yeah, I'm the Hackin' Frog. My name is the Shy Hat. Hello. Nice to see you here. And let's give a shout out to Slyborg. If you don't follow Slyborg, you should. She is a cybersecurity student who does hacking stuff on Twitch. There you go. And she has a very beautiful cat who features very, very prominently on her streams. You should go and follow her channel. We were hacking Bandit. Oh, that's awesome. Which level of Bandit did you get up to? I'm currently doing this kind of annoying box called F user. I guess I'm the user and they're telling me to F user. And this is a box from Vulnyx. It's supposed to be a very low level box, but I'm having a kind of a hard time with it. And we're doing some CTF box challenges. Okay, but welcome in, writers. Hello. How are you doing? Do you know anything about PUBG? PUBG, it's a game where you eliminate everybody until you're the last person left, right? So webshell.php, we're going to try to download this thing. Oh, you know what? The funny thing is that I probably don't have permissions to write there. So that would be a big pain in the butt too. So how do I create a persistent connection? So we're having a bit of a problem. We've got an exploit where we get the printer to execute commands for us. The problem is that after like 5 minutes, our connection is broken. So we need to find some way to set up persistence. You just need a quick way to privesc using the dash. I mean, we could, but I'm also trying to figure out if we can do this. I mean, if we can get some persistence going. So it's not really something I think too much about. Okay. Yeah, I mean, we found the what is it called? The SUID binaries. Thami Paul Kamama. Hello, nice to see you here. I love cybersecurity and coding, but I don't know what job uses these two skills. I need your advice. I don't speak English very well. I'm French. Oh, we've got a website that you can go to look out for that. Get into cyber. But Slyborg, hey, did you have a lot of fun? Okay, you got to level 26 in Bandit, huh? Oh, level 25 in Bandit. What was the vulnerability there? I can't remember. I mean, I've done all of them before. Let me look it up real quick. So GitHub, walkthroughs. I've got walkthroughs for all the stuff that I do. I mean, if you want to take a look at it yourself, we've got like hundreds of them over here. So Over the Wire Bandit. Level 25. Do you want me to spoil it for you? Or let me take a quick look. Oh, okay. Yeah, this one's tough. Exploit more to get access to the shell. I mean, did you guys figure it out over there? Did you finish it? Or should I be careful about spoilers? Okay. Wow. Okay. Let's finish up this box. So I think we've only got like 5 minutes after we get access to the system, because it kicks you out after 5 minutes. It was an exploit I didn't know about. It's an exploit a lot of people don't know about. You might have come across it before if you do a lot of CTF stuff, especially like, what are they called? Like jail challenges, where you have to escape from the jail shell. But let's see. So the regular... Okay, well, here goes nothing. So we're going to exploit the printer by sending a malicious page over here. Okay, so 35 printers. This is on the 35 address. Okay, we'll reload the page. And now we've got a new printer on the system. It was less. Was it more or was it less? I don't really remember. Let me take a look at the notes. So for this one was... Oh, this was setting a new shell. Yeah. Okay. We're in the middle of the more command. So it's actually the more command that we're taking advantage of. And I didn't know that you could use the V key to switch into the Vim text editor from more. It's, I learned a lot of stuff. Yeah. Okay, so let's go back to the printers. In the printers, we can go in here and we can print a test page to activate our payload. So print test page. And we should see that it's processing. And then we get a connection on port 53. Okay, so if we've got a connection on port 53, we'll also download another RevShell file to create a connection on port 443 over here. But what we also want to do is we want to upload a web shell to the to port 80. So let's do that over here. Permission denied. Okay, so we can't do this. Python 3 command import pty.spawn. We need to do this fast. Bin bash. Okay, and then from here, I think we can do -p, and now we're root. Okay, so now that we're root, let's quickly run this command to copy our web shell over before we get disconnected. Okay, and now we've got our web shell in here, so if we get kicked out, we can continue on. But now that we're root, we can do this. 5-minute windows? Kind of, I'm not sure. I'm root.
What are you?
I'm system root.
Alright, we're root. Awesome, great. Oh, you know what we can do? We can also spam this emote. If you're on Twitch and you're subscribed, you can use this emote. It's the flag emote. We spam this every time we get we complete a challenge. There you go. Okay, en route, why not read the SSH key rather than create a file on www? I mean, we could do that as well, but I mean, either way is fine. Either way is fine. Okay, so we can move into the root directory, and let's see, there's a root.txt in here. So we're not going to read the root flag, but we are going to prove that we accessed it. So cat root.txt redirect into iRead root.txt, and because we created it, that means we rooted the machine. Done. Done, done, done. Check toner user, I'm curious. Toner user, home toner. Oh, there's the user.txt. That's kind of funny. Okay. I mean, same thing. That was a pain in the butt and a half. So let's talk about it. We'll do a little write-up. We'll talk about what happened in there. Okay, so walkthroughs. This is going to be for Vulnyx. So we like to catalog all of the... This was supposed to be a low difficulty machine. Such a pain in the butt. Oh, okay. We need to make a directory for this. So it's like 23. So the fuser. fuser.md. So we should be able to do a little write-up pretty quickly. So the URL of the challenge, the concepts that we need to understand to do the challenge, and the method of solving the challenge. It's an old vulnerability on cups. Yeah, are we out of toner? No, we're not out of toner, but yeah. All right, so the URL is over here. I'll just copy that over. So the reason why we do write-ups for our challenges is that if we ever see like a similar challenge, we can look at our write-ups and see what steps we did to do it the last time. So the concept in this case is cups hacking. I mean, in this case, it was like vulnerable version. And what else did we do? So this was sudo dash, or this is suid dash. That's how we did the privilege escalation. So this one. Did I misspell version? Just wanted to check. Okay, so the first thing we talk about here is like initial scans or starting scans. So from the starting scans, we see that there is ports 22, 80, and oh, you know what? Just for fun, we're gonna take a look and see if we can use the web shell that we uploaded, because we uploaded one, right? Web shell.php. Okay, so webshell.php, it looks like it's running. So 0 equals, who am I? Unable to, failed to open stream, permission denied, and unknown. Huh. Oh, is it because it's the wrong user? It might be because the wrong user owns the file. We probably got kicked out. We got kicked out. So we lost our access again. Dang it. No, just for documentation, the version is important. Yeah, okay. So it's like cups version 2.3. So vulnerable version, we'll just say 2.3.3.op2. Lost the access window. Yeah, unfortunate. So from the starting scans, we see that there's port 2280 and 631. 631 available. So we just need to point those out. Whoops. Okay, so there's those ports available. There's nothing on port 80. There's literally nothing on port 80. Although there might be something there. We didn't really check it out. There's nothing on port 80. Port 631 is cups, which is a printer service. The version being used is displayed, and it's like 2.3.3 OP2. When we search for a potential exploit, let me just try searching for this one more time. So it's like cups. Okay, so we find this, right? The funny thing is that we don't really find the script that we used, because we used the script from IPSec. The funny, I'm gonna just search one more time, because I could have sworn. Yeah, nothing comes up if we use search exploit. So open printing github.io. I wonder if there's anything here. Okay. The funny thing is, the write-up over here that we're looking at, so it says that there's, I guess what we were supposed to do is we were supposed to search by the CVE number. So there is a CVE number associated with this version of cups. So maybe we need to search for that. So search for this on GitHub. Okay, and Jerry's curious, are you good with AD machines? I'm a bit confused on how they work. Golden, silver, ticket, Kerber roasting, ASRope roasting, etc., etc. I mean, I've only done like some pretty basic stuff with Active Directory hacking. You know what? I can recommend to you somebody who's really good at Active Directory hacking over at infosecstreams.com. So the person who is the expert at Active Directory hacking is this person over here, Pebble, and I'll give you the links for both their YouTube page and their Twitch page. So this is Pebble's YouTube page, this is Pebble's Twitch page. He streams every Sunday in North America. Blaze Noob, hello, nice to see you here. It's been a long time. Hey, what is up? What is up? But yeah, go ahead and check his stream out. He's really good at Active Directory hacking. Okay, so let's go back. So what's this? So it's a vulnerability scanner for cups, CVE, this one. Okay, so this just detects the vulnerability. Does it? Do we have to look for RCE as well? So CVE, GitHub, RCE. Okay, so POC exploit chain here. Let's take a look at this. So cups RCE, POC, remote command execution via exploit chaining, Fumatic RIP injection. Fumatic. Vulnyx website is down. Did you guys take down the Vulnyx website? Hold on. No? I mean, it's up for me. hold on. Try the link now. Fumatic printer drivers. Have you guys heard of those before? I've never heard of this stuff before. Okay. So used IPsec's explanation, malware cubes 1 and evil sockets 1 along with the DOCUS and CVEs. DOCUS? I don't know what a DOCUS is. Vulnerabilities expressed. Okay, so attack flow. So Python 3. Oh, so I mean this is probably like the same script. This is probably the same script that that IPsec uses. Yeah, it's certainly, I mean the syntax looks the same. So you do localhost, target host, and then the command. All right. So we'll include this one as the one that we eventually find if we search for it. Let's go back over here. Okay. So when we search for a potential exploit, we search by the CVE number associated with this, and that CVE number what? We search to this string. I mean, whenever we're looking for like exploits, we usually try to look for GitHub repositories because they're usually up on there. Okay, Starfox Picture says, I hacked my first bank 2 hours ago. Love how this explains everything. I'm hoping that you didn't use my advice to help hack banks. Thank you. All right. Okay, so we find this tool, or this script, that we use to attack the service. And we'll just leave the repository over here. Okay, so we run the script. Actually, here what we should do is we should probably put this in a new section. So this section we'll call initial access. So there's usually 3 steps to any like CTF box. There's the starting scans, there's how you get initial access, and then how you do privilege escalation. Privilege escalation? Is that how you spell it? Yep, okay. Okay, I thought Trinity was the one that knew how to hack. Trinity, not Neo? Who's Neo? Possibly due to having access to future vulnerabilities. Future vulnerabilities? Are we time traveling now? Okay, so we use this syntax to run the exploit. Okay, so let me just get the commands that we used over here. This one. Okay, and then we have to access the printer console on the server. So the server, let's just grab port 3631. Okay, from here we can select our hacker server. Then from the drop-down menu, select malaria exploits. AI can write everything. I don't know if you want to rely on AI to write all of your exploits. It doesn't sound very safe. Select, what were the names of the buttons? maintenance print test page. Maintenance, then print test page. Okay, the payload command should execute. Okay, and that's how you get your initial access. So for privilege escalation, there's only a couple of things you need to do. There's an SUID binary that's unusual on this system. So the command that we run is find /perm -4000 to dev null. Okay, the dash shell command is SUID, which means we can use it to become root. The details for this can be found on this GTFO bins page. Okay, and then we'll leave the URL for that one. gtfobins.org. Look up how they found 0-day vulnerabilities after somebody used it. After somebody used what? Let's see. Ahmed says, I think cybersecurity is one of the domains where AI can't help effectively. I mean, it can. It's just that it can't do everything. Dash. Okay, so this one right here. So shell SUID, just like this. Okay, so that's the page. So the last thing we need to do to get root access is this. So it's just dash -p, we are root. Okay, done. All right, everybody. Let's go ahead and think about who we want to raid into, because I need to get some dinner. Let's see. So let's see if there's any cool people over at InfoSec streams. Probably not, but oh, Unhacker in Capital. Huh. About to smoke a blunt chill stream. Hey, awesome. Have a good time. AI is not magic, cannot do magic. Yeah, AI is not magic, although, you know. Anyways, Unhacker in Capital. Do we have any... almost 7 hours. Do we have any Spanish speakers in here? Let me know if you habla español. Otherwise, let me take a look at who else is on Twitch. Rating so they can get dinner. Okay, but otherwise, Moohiddles is on as well. We also have, like, Rob, RWX Rob, who is, like, another good tech creator. You know what? I haven't raided into Rob for a while. Let's take a look at what they're doing. Rajesh Kumar, hello. Thank you very much for the subscription on YouTube. Okay, so Rob is cycling. Wow. It's not exactly the type of vibe we're doing over here. Let's see what Moohiddles is up to. Okay, let's take a look. But RWX Rob does a lot of tech stuff as well. Okay, she is talking about astrobiology and space news. Awesome, awesome, awesome. Okay, so let's go ahead and raid into this channel. Thank you very much for coming by today. We'll start the... Is Rob a not just bikes fan? I'm not sure. You can stop by his channel and ask him. Okay, we'll raid into Moohiddles. When you arrive on Moohiddles' channel, if you could give this message, OSFrog, hip hop hack, OSFrog, I would really appreciate it. This one over here. Before we go, let's talk about what we're going to be doing on the next stream. So if you're interested in taking a look at what we're doing over here in HackerFrogs, we've got a Reddit, and we also have a Discord. So we're going to be back on Monday. Let's see, week 13. And there's going to be a special guest. There's going to be a special guest on Wednesday. There's going to be a DevSecOps engineer, and her name is Cheshire, and we're going to be talking to her about what it's like to do DevSecOps. So that's going to be on Wednesday, March 25th. Everybody, have a great weekend, and thank you very much for coming by. We're ready to raid in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. HackerFrogs out.